What's going on, everybody? Hello. Hi. Hi. You. Hi. How are you? Lando, what's going on? Repray, Kev Rob, what's happening? How's everybody been? It feels like forever. It feels like it's been forever. I am still alive. Jen is also still alive. She's in there working. Oh, Big Bob. Oh, Big Bob. What has two butts and kills people? It's already started and it's horrible as ever. I'm glad you people, you never ones to let me down. If there's one thing I can count on, it's you guys. Dave's mini art, 9 freaking months, my friend. Thank you. How the hell are you doing? Good to see everybody. It really is. Hello. Hello, we're back. We're back. I have way too many brushes right here for some reason. You would think my area would be clean because I took it all to Utah. So we're going to put all that over there. That's where that goes. It's not clean. What's going on, Big Bob? Thank you, Dave. Firebrush, what's happening? You doing okay, Lando? Good to hear. We did survive. It was a wonderful trip. I'm sure we'll talk lots about it today. I actually painted quite a bit. I did some of the fastest painting, right? Everybody's always joking about how slow I am. And I got a ton of stuff, actually, to the point where this whole thing was kind of playable, at least. Duran's Bane, what is going on? Great name, by the way. Welcome, welcome. So we got a lot of quick stuff. This is like the fastest I've ever painted anything in my life, I think, is this Fallschirmjäger army thing that I have going on here for Bolt Action. So in Utah at Valhalla, if you're new here and don't know what we're talking about, we've been gone for, well, hell, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow, right? Because we didn't stream on Tuesday. We got back and we were so stacked up with stuff to do, with Queen of Malefica orders and Orc orders and all the stuff that didn't get shipped out while we were gone, because we closed down shipping while we were out of town. But we went out to Valhalla in the fall with Wargamer Girl. You might, if you follow Wargamer Girl, which you should be following her, right, on YouTube. Wargamer Girl, all one word. Miranda is amazing. She and her husband do this deal called Valhalla in the fall every year. They picked it up from another group of people that were doing it for a while. And it's at I think the largest log cabin in the United States. Somebody quote me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's true. I think it's the biggest log cabin in the United States, and it's up on top of a mountain in Utah, south of Salt Lake City. And about 63 people showed up, and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Jen and I went. We had a great time. Jen had a great time. Jen didn't roll any dice, but she did take some time to join us in her first ever RPG one-shot with DM Scotty from DM Scotty's Crafts. Doko, what's happening? Yes, I am alive. So we got Jen to role play. And for about half of the role play, she sat there like a deer in the headlights. She had no idea what people were doing. And then she came alive. Like the part of the role play that included her character specifically came around, and she just popped in, boom, and she just started storytelling. So it was good. It was a lot of fun. I think she had a lot of fun with it. So we got her to do it. You saw a picture from Scotty's YouTube? Awesome. Scotty was amazing. He and his wife Susan are amazing people. We actually stayed in the same cabin with Scotty and Susan. The guests who were invitees to the thing, like us, Scotty, some of the other DMs, some of the people from like YouTube, like Owen from Gaming with the Cooler and Ash Barker kind of fame with Guerrilla Miniature Games. Doka, 22 months. Thank you, Doka. Hero. Thank you, Doke. Good to see you, man. A lot of us stayed outside of the main cabin. Obviously, the main cabin is for the people that pay to get there. Imagine it up. So, but the main cabin is spectacular. But they got other cabins rented around the main cabin, and we stayed in one of those with DM Scotty and his wife Susan. So we got to talk to them outside of the normal goings on of the day. But I got to tell you, if this is a thing that you should write somewhere on a note that is always going to be visible, like on your art station, like where you're painting your models, where you have your most precious things, write on a sticky note, right? And then super glue that sticky note to your most precious thing. Well, maybe not super glue, because it would probably devalue it a little bit, but you get my drift. Put a sticky note on there that says Valhalla 2020. Just put that on there so it reminds you all the time that when the time comes, because it's only a few short months away that they're going to kickstart next year's, right? And you need to be prepped for this, because if there's one thing you do in your life, you need to get out to Valhalla. Mainly because I'm there and you get to hang out with me. But secondarily, tertiarily, right? Because it's just an amazing time. Amazing people. Like, just so many people that you recognize. War Boss Doug from Table War was there. The guys from Blue Table Painting showed up. Many wargaming guys joined us on a stream. All sorts of people that have various, levels of YouTube and Instagram and all that were there. Content creators. And then just cool people like you guys showed up and played games and rolled dice and came and painted and hung out and ate. Oh my God, the food. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular time. I could rant for hours, but it would only make you feel worse than you already do for not being there. So, what comes after tertiary? Quaternarians. Yeah. Netwolf, what's going on, my man? I put Tonks on the title of the stream, so Netwolf actually came to tune in. And is that the sad face? Is that the sad face? I put Tonks because I'm painting a tank. I'm painting a tank. And I might have been making vroom vroom noises before you people showed up. Not going to promise you, but it might have happened. Snot Rash, how's it going with you? Good to see you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. It was so long the bridge was looking good to cure boredom. It's like, wait a minute. What are you going to do if I'm not around? Got a flesh. What's going on? You have a complaint? A piece is missing from the kit from the orc box? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You got to talk to my manager on that one. Seriously, though, if you have a problem with a model or anything you've ever received from us, just hit the support button or reply to one of the emails that came to you from like your order completed. We'll get it handled ASAP. Got a flesh. Don't worry about it. Mistakes happen. It's unfortunate if they happen to you. But yeah, false advertising on stream titles. But there's a tank. So it's actually more real than if it were just pixels being pushed around on a screen, right? Like, I feel like this is more real of the tank. Quaternary, quinary, centenary, septenary, octenary, nonary, and denary. I'll believe you, Doka. And I was actually pretty close on quaternary. So I'll take that as a win. Chalk one up to fuse, right? Chalk one up to fuse. Orc Pride, 34 freaking months. Notice how Netwolf has got like a big number 1 in front of his name. He was literally one of the founding members. They just started doing this, right? That's kind of cool, that first tag. I wonder if I can make a special emote for that. It's been so long since I've looked at any of the behind-the-scenes Twitch stuff. I'm a horrible, horrible streamer. I'm just here to provide content, damn it. Not silly stuff. Netwolf, you've always been number 1 in my heart. This cold little lump of coal, kind of right in the center of my chest. You kind of fit right in there. It only goes out to the first 25 subs on your channel. That's freaking awesome, actually. Look at you guys. Well, that's weird because I got notifications that I'm one of those for a lot of people. But I have to go like sub to all these people again in order for it to work. So I guess in my, I'll go around and I'll sub to new streamers every now and then, especially in the painting community. And I've been doing that for years. But I don't always keep it up, right? I go around and I toss my subs around, various people that are starting out or, getting going or whatever, creature creators, whatever. And I got a slew of those notifications in Twitch saying, you're a founder. And I was like, I don't even know what that is. So there you go. You learn something every day. Every day. So we're going to paint. So I've been painting. If you've been following along on social media, we didn't do a ton of posts from the Valhalla, and that's horrible. We're horrible people. We realize it. Hashtag blame Jen. That's all I'm going to say. But we have the follow-up. We'll be following up with a lot of those photos and stuff. But I can't tell you how amazing it was to hang out with all those folks. I got to throw some dice. I played some War Machine. I played some Bolt Action. That's all I played. I played some Magic. A group of people came up and conned me into drafting Magic. We didn't finish the whole draft because it was kind of ill-timed. Everybody had other things to do. So I played some Magic. The new edition of Magic is actually very fun to draft. I'll give it that. It was a lot of fun. I hadn't drafted in, Jesus, like paper draft. I haven't drafted since like 2006, maybe 13 years, 14 years. So that was pretty fun. But it was just fun watching everybody. Just a great community of people who did and didn't know each other. We had people from Germany, Canada, England, all over Europe and the States join up and roll dice. They had a big narrative 40K campaign. They had a huge narrative Bolt Action campaign that was really fun. I didn't play in the narrative campaign. I didn't have enough of an army to be able to do the narrative. It's kind of like, like a Mordheim, Necromunda-esque thing where, as you lost units or units got knocked down to under half strength, you'd roll and see what happened to them. And they might run away or be replaced by some other kind of unit. And I didn't have enough models to be able to replace. If I lost any of my models, I didn't have anything else. So that was the thing. So I did play some demo games. Warlord Games showed tons of support through the people that were there doing the demo games. They gave out prize support. You might have seen pictures of me on Facebook with a Warlord Games sign hanging up. I got a $25 gift certificate for doing a demo game of Bolt Action. So that was pretty amazing. Tons of fun, Dathar, 37 freaking months. Dathar, also a founding member with Netwolf. Look at that. Look, Dathar, you got a number 1. You got a number 1. I'm anxious to see who all the number 1s are. Kenny's definitely a number 1, right? I would assume I'm a number 1 on Kenny's stream, but I don't know if that happened. I feel like I was, but I don't. If it was only the first 25, maybe not. All right, so we'll see. Interesting. Interesting. In your absence, you only painted 2 minis, which you printed after designing them in Hero Forge. So is that slacking or doing very well? I feel like it could go either way on that one. I feel like it could go any way on that one. Was it the 10 or is it 25? Somebody's saying it's 25. If it's the top 10, that's really exclusive. Like, that's bitching. Metal God says he's here for the bad life advice. We have lots of that. One really good dose of bad life advice would be make sure never to go to Valhalla in the fall. There you go. That's reverse psychology in the form of bad life advice. The good life advice would be if you don't go to Valhalla in the fall, you're doing it wrong. That would be the real life advice that I would give. So depending on which side of the fence you're sitting on, there you go. There you go. So I did a lot of painting when I was there. We got, if you've seen any of this stuff I've posted up on social media, I've been throwing up pictures of the testing out of the new paints, the dark greens and all the colors, the blue, black, and all of that. So I've been painting my Bolt Actions. We got Mr. Duder. This is my first Fallschirmjäger test guy that I did up just to see how the camo was going to make me nauseous or not. And it kind of did and kind of didn't, so we went with it anyway. I feel like it's a quick enough way to get camo on there and get, a good enough amount of highlighting on it that it tells the story without having to go too far overboard. If I have to highlight every patch with like 3 colors, I die. So there's only 2 colors on each little patch and then the little hash marks that I had to paint on there for the forest camo kind of stuff. But yeah, so there's the way the Fallschirmjäger are going to look, and they are all in various states of almost there. I think yesterday at the hobby store last night, I painted all day instead of playing games yesterday. I was kind of diced out. So I got all of the camo on there and all the green patches highlighted, and now I got to go back and highlight the mahogany. That's mahogany, and we'll be highlighting it with the new burnt sienna. And we've used the new blue black, and we've used all sorts of new colors on these. The mix that I've got going for the desert yellow, all of the pack colors, and all of there are new paints that I'm just testing out consistency and running through the paces. So it's been pretty good. I'm excited, and it's been fun. They're simple models. They're smaller scale than we're used to, right? These are 20 mil models, as opposed to like Gen Marine over here, right? But we've got less to work with, but they've been really fun. And what's funny is I wasn't even really thinking about it as I was painting them that they were smaller. I just paint. and they weren't 15 millimeter. They weren't Flames of War, so I wasn't bitching about it. But then somebody said, "Oh man, that's freaking amazing at that scale," and I was like, "Really, is a scale?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, these are smaller." Like I wasn't even thinking about it. But yeah, they're 20 mil instead of like your standard 28 mil. They're like 20 millimeter heroic. So they're a little bit smaller scale. But it's been a lot of fun to paint. And then I've been working on the tank. We did this guy or girl, whatever. I'm not assuming the tank's gender, but we did this tank, and we did I think when last we saw our friendly tank on the stream, I had done the camo. We then kind of glazed with the airbrush a thin layer of the desert yellow over the top of the camo to sink it back down and kind of weather it. And I think that's where we left it off. You guys would have to tell me, but I think that's where we left off. We didn't have like road wheels and tracks painted or any of that. So I've done a lot to this guy. And as you can see, we're pretty far down the weathering rabbit hole on it as well. So today we're going to continue doing some weathering, picking out some details, doing some stuff like that. Maybe we'll paint some dudes. We'll take a look at some whip. We'll do the thing with the thing. We're back. We're back. So it's the same uncanny ability to not have a plan that we always have, right? So there you go. I don't think we have to say much more than that. Grabbing the official quote for the Founders Badge is the first 10 subs for affiliates and 25 subs for partners. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, we've been a partner for a long time, so. Silent, what is going on, man? Good to see you. How you been? Yeah, the orc is super easy to put together. Now, if you bought a Queen of Malefica, now go put her together. Nice, Dathar. It amazes me that you guys are willing to lie and say you still like me. So thank you. So thank you all. Thank you all. You humble me with your lies. Make sure I get through all of this, that, those, these other things, that. Okay, good. So now we can paint. We paint. I got my photo light. I found my pencils, so I actually brought the correct weathering tools today so that we can do these things. I brought my Derwent graphic pencils, my graphite pencils, right? So graphite pencils for shading vehicles works really well, so I'll show you some of that. Some things that we don't think we've done on stream, right? Because we don't really get a chance. We don't really tap into my old military modeling history much. We do sometimes, like we've done chipping and we've done weathering, and we did a little chibi tank at one point in time, right? Where we took this guy and Remy's 7 freaking months. Thank you. Yeah, you're back. Yeah, you're back. I'm always afraid, like we left town for 2 weeks. Is anybody gonna remember us? So thank you for coming back, and thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Right. Lying Liar Who Lies with the 37 months. Did you also become a #1? Lying Liar Who Lies is also #1 in our books. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Remy's, I was missed. Well, thank you. We missed you guys. We had a lot of fun. Not going to lie. But we really did wish that we could be streaming from there. We tried. We streamed with Miranda on Wargamer Girl's YouTube. We streamed live to her YouTube with a little bitty hour-and-a-half painting session where I was teaching her some stuff. She picked up really well. I was utterly surprised and taken aback that she did not. She does. It's not that she's not serious about painting, but she's just not involved with painting much. She plays, and which is great. But we sat down to paint, and everybody in her chat immediately when the stream started says, "Where are your craft paints?" And I looked at her. I said, "They're kidding, right?" And she's like, "No, I paint with craft paints and real crappy brushes." So we did the whole stream. She was painting with our paints and our brushes. We gave her a full set of all of our brushes, and she played around with the paints. And we taught her how to glaze, and we taught her how to do some other stuff. And we started with she did some glowing eyes and some effects that she really wanted to pull off that she'd never done. And in an hour and a half, she left at the end of it going, "This was really cool." Like she did some really cool stuff and did it really well. But yeah, what did you say, babe? We're going to convert her. She's going to become one of us as a hobbyist, right? With a focus and a direction. We've cracked the shell there, and we've broken through to the inner core of Miranda, and we're going to get her pumped up about painting now. So I'm hoping to do some more stuff with her. We talked about maybe doing some co-streams and things like that. So if you're a fan of Wargamer Girl, hopefully we'll have some stuff in the future that we can do. And she got it really quick. So I think she's going to be great as Jen was when Jen started painting. She just kind of got it. She was making things happen. We were explaining it to her, and I think it would be good for people to watch her from the literally using craft paints and crappy brushes to just, hey, let's do some flesh with some highlights kind of a thing. And she was like really scared and did it. So I was really impressed. She really dove right in and did it. So it was cool. Very cool. Russ, what's happening, man? Welcome back. You're both number one. Oh my god, you guys are gonna make me tear up. I don't know what to do. I just want to thank my family. Oh, I thank all those that support us getting here. Yes, that was a blast. But the whole point of that is that the stream was horrible as far as quality. Like it was in the red the whole time. Like stream health was poop the whole time. So we talked about it towards the end of the get together at Valhalla about how we could make that better for next time. They do have faster internet, but all of it was being done on Wi-Fi. So we figured out how we could probably do it wired next year and still be able to have things arranged the way they were, because the hub for the internet's in a really crappy position for being able to set up stream. So, but I think we can do it. I think we can make the logistics work. So hopefully next year, Jen and I will go and we'll be able to stream a little bit more live from Valhalla, because it's amazing. Like it's just something that you want to take a camera around and be like, hey, check this out. Look at all these. It's not to make you feel bad, but it's great. So about those hobby nerd shirts, are you selling them again? Oh, we will. Yes. We will, yes. And I did not answer back. Was it you that emailed me? I always get names mixed up from Twitch to real life. So if you email me about the large, I believe we do, right? So I'll just have to figure out how to put them up on the stream. It's not hard for me to put them up on the store, not the stream. But we'll put them up on the store along with the Creature Caster shirts that we have left. I've been saying that for months, and I've just slacked on my job. We've got so much going on, and I haven't done it. I will do it. Hey, Jen, can you remind me to put shirts on the store? Can you make that a note in something? I know you did, and I'm a horrible, horrible person, which means you'll probably have to count them again, because I think you wrote it on a piece of paper. If you email it, well, see, if you didn't email it to me, it's your fault. If you did, it's my fault. He's going to go write an email right now and backdate it. Netwolf says, damn it, Jen, again. You get it, Netwolf. You get it. We got you. We see eye to eye, you and me. Can they see you? Good. Oh, no, they can. Damn it. No, you want to hide that so you don't see. I want to protect you guys from the evil Jen stare. Oh. All right, lying liar lies. Take it easy. That was the creepy Jen. You leaving? I love you. You're very cute. Yeah. I wish we could just mic Jen all the time. Like we need to get her. You know what? We need to start a GoFundMe for a wireless Jen mic, and we'll just mic Jen up. Chocolate go with 33 months, my man. Thank you. How you doing, my friend? Welcome back. We need to do that. We need to do a GoFundMe for a wireless mic for Jen, so when you're not on stream, you're still wandering around, because she'll be singing and she'll just talk to herself and say weird stuff. And then the gold that comes out of her mouth when we're doing this. Scientologist with 23 months, almost a lying liar who lies. You're only about 30 days out, my friend. So we're looking at you. We're watching you. But the gold that comes out of your mouth on stuff like that is great. Like she just was like, got a very sad face, and she goes, the man hasn't shown up. I thought we were friends, and walks off. So we need to mic you up. Like just keep you mic'd when stream is live, no matter where you are. It could be very fun though, because you're not going to go off and like plot against the president or anything, so you're not going to get us in trouble or offend anybody. No, but she might sing Britney Spears. We might like, and I won't be able to hear. So it might be real fun for you guys as I'm going, and now is the part where you put the paint on the brush and you do this really cool technique, and in the background you've got her going, oh baby, baby, you know. I love this idea because I don't have to hear it. You guys, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt real bad. All right, babe. Oh God. Featuring special guest in the peanut gallery, Jen. Exactly. But because we can't even see her, and because when she's out there I can't hear her, you guys would be typing stuff in chat that I would have it. What are you talking about? And they'd be like, you have to hear what Jen's saying. I think this would work. Oh, she'll sing Grease songs. Houdini. No worries there. Myrtle, also number one. What's going on? Love yo face. Welcome back. If HBO does a Grease series, I'm leaving this rock. I am kidnapping the dude that makes the flamethrowers, Elon Musk, and I'm making him take me to Mars now. No more waiting. She says they're doing a like a Grease series on 8. Please no. Can we get a petition? Can we get a petition? Take that hat off, baby. I'm pretty sexy. My hat hair is pretty sexy, right? I feel like my hat hair is pretty good. Armin's with the 27. What is going on, my friend? Welcome back. I hope everybody has a wonderful 2 or so ish weeks with us being gone. Hopefully, you didn't miss us too bad. Right? So, it's good to be back. Although I feel like I'm all out of sorts, like I don't really know what I'm doing. So there's that. So you guys will have to guide me. Be like, no, Fuse, that's not how you do that. That's not how we normally do things around here. You might have to remind me, because I might have forgotten. So there's that. So there's that. we got to think about. Right? Holy rusty metal, Batman. Has it really been 27 months? Holy crap, yes. Blue, purple, green, clear the brush. You remember. But you got it backwards. It's purple, blue, jade, green. Or whatever. You're easy, man. I could be like, hey, no, that's not how we did it at all. We did it blue, purple, green, jade. It's too complex for you, obviously. You are a horrible student. It's not that I'm a horrible teacher. It's you. It's not me. It's you. You don't know how to learn right. Kathy Waffle, what is going on? James Waffle's better half in chat there. Ta-da! What is going on? From the More Than Dice crew, what is happening? Oh, all right, I'm tired. I'm winded. All this love and all of this welcome back and all this group hugging that we've been doing, I'm winded. I got to go. I'm tired. It's nap time. Orthober Studio, what's happening? Since we're starting early, how late we going? 7, probably? I think we normally stream till 7. We'll go till whenever. I got no plans. You guys got plans? We can just do this. We'll throw some steaks on the grill. We'll hang out. We'll have some fun. Pop a few cold ones. Oh, yeah. Looks like we have more bolt action going. We do. Look at this tonk. Look at this beautiful tonk we're painting. We're doing a tonk. I'm going back to my roots. I'm going back to my scale modeling roots with bolt action. That's what's happening here. I'm trying not to make it as emotional as it feels, right? Yeah, I've spent a lot of time away from the scale modeling end of the world, right? Now, you could say that everything we do is technically scale modeling because it's models in scale. So if you're not a grammar Nazi like that, right, then we can get past it all and we can say, I haven't really done this in a long time because it hasn't been my focus. And you know how it goes when you're painting things all the time, you rarely find time to kind of just, pick up a kit for building it for no reason, right? Especially when you're in the gaming world, you want to build something you play with, right? Or you're doing a commission or you're doing whatever. And so it's like I have some kits at home that I'm like, oh, I'll build that and make a diorama. But I'm like, what am I going to do with the diorama? I mean, I'm sure somebody would buy it, but that's not where my focus is these days, so I don't do it. So Bolt Action has joined those worlds, which is why we had all this stuff in the first place when we reached out to Warlord Games years ago, man. We've had this stuff in the studio closet for years. Like, I don't remember, but if you guys remember, like 2 or 3 years ago, we were giving away Bolt Action on stream. We gave away some Russians, we gave away some US, we gave away some Germans. We had so much Bolt Action flowing out of our ears because I was committed. I'm going to bring those 2 aspects of my hobby career together. Never happened. So now it's here, finally, in glowing color. You building your first 1/35th scale tank? They're great, right? I mean, they're great. Depending on the kit you get, they can be from oh my God, what am I doing, to this is awesome, right? Because the scale is really cool. It's daunting for some painting-wise because 35th scale grows considerably over 1/48th, 1/56th, where we live in this kind of world. It gets very daunting because especially on tanks, bigger, larger panels of flat areas where you have to weather and chip and layer, and so there's a lot more what I would call secondary and tertiary, kind of effects that you do like per panel on a tank. You might paint it 3 times to get the effect to really work up because you're building it up, giving it, because the bigger things are, the more lifelike they become, the less corners you can cut. Here on a scale like this, we can kind of just do, a quick pin wash along this line here and get it to look greasy and be fine with that, right? Boom, it's done, it's at scale, at 3-foot test, it survives all the stuff we want it to do. As that panel on the 1/36 scale version of the Stug is probably, without having, the ruler and the math here, the 1/35 scale Stug is probably double the length, easy, and probably double the width. It's probably like, yay. So you can imagine, like, at that scale, how much more you see of every little line, every little rivet, every little thing. I mean, it's just like working on busts versus, a normal Space Marine or something, right? As soon as you're only working at the belly up on a figure, and that figure's twice as big as the full height figure you've been working on before, the more detail you see, the more skin you see, the more everything you see. You can't get away with the same paint techniques. So this has been interesting because a lot of the things that I do for tanks and for scale modeling, as you shrink them down to scale at bolt action scale, become a little different to do. I don't do them the same way on a tank like this that I would if this tank was larger, but I get the same effect, right? So like all of this chipping wasn't done with chipping solution like I normally show you how to do. This was all just done with sponge, right? So all of this is just sponge chipping. So this is just paint applied over the top. We haven't chipped anything back. I've just used colors and built up this chipping effect on here. But as you can see, I get a really good weathering feature out of it. And because of the color choice here, I still get that kind of light rust and dirty, worn edges and things like that. All by using black brown, a little bit of burnt sienna. The rust color is just a very liquefied burnt sienna done as a filter over the top, just kind of stippled on in places. Starting with the brush, or the sponge, and then working out to a brush as needed. But in a lot of cases, this is literally just picking the right colors and doing the sponge. And this is my sponge. This is just the stuff that comes in your Pluck Foam Hobby Go bag. So I've taken some of the Hobby Go bag, one strip of Hobby Go bag Pluck Foam, right? That's all this is, right? It's that one rectangle of Pluck Foam. And with scissors, I've cut it into kind of like a sharpened pencil kind of thing. And then a duller kind of deal with a bunch of different angles on it on this end. For the colors that I want thinner, I'll use the broader edge so that when I hit it with like the burnt sienna, it spreads out to a further area and blurs a little bit more. And then for the detailed scratches, I just use this end. And I was using black brown, and I want to say the dark neutral gray as well, right? So I do some dark neutral gray and then black brown and vice versa and whatever. Bingo, chipping. Looks great. Looks used and abused. That's what you're going for. We still have a lot of work to do if we want to keep moving with this, but this is great. I mean, this tank is great for playing with. This is fantastic, right? I mean, like it looks good. I've done the tracks. I got color on the tracks, right? I've done a little bit of dry brush of light steel over the tracks just to give it that kind of burnished look on the edges where it rolls across the ground. We got the tires painted with the new blue black over black on the tires. Looks really good. Give it that rubber look, but it's not weathered, right? I mean, we've done chipping on the hull up underneath there, right? And we've done chipping on the road wheels and stuff like that. But we want to use some pigments and get some dirt, so I thought we'd do a little bit of that today. Yeah, I think we'll do that. That may mean that we only get to do, because whenever you do the pigments, they take a little bit longer to set up than a normal paint, so we may not be able to handle the tank a whole lot after we do the pigments. So we may do that, see where we get, paint some of the dudes, have some fun, do the thing. Do some talking, do the thing, right? So I feel like it works. I feel like it works. Make sure I'm not missing any questions. It's the internet world. Why would I learn when I can go watch the VOD? Exactly. Wait. What? Melonheaded, what's going on? Speaking, Melonhead, of great scale model builders, Melonhead, if you're interested in scale models, and he will tell us, because airplanes run different scales. I don't really build air. I do ground, and he does a lot of both, ships and all sorts of stuff. But Melonhead, go click on that man's name. Follow that man's stream because he does some amazing scale modeling stuff. Good to see you guys and gals. Banff, they'll be coming around the mountain when they come. I've heard this. It's a lie. That's propaganda, my friend. They never come around the mountain. They always sneak up on you from behind when you're not looking. Maybe that's just my experience, but I'm just saying. You hope they treated you well here in Utah. Or Friday was amazing. Amazing. Doka, you still haven't done the chipping on your knight. Do you think black brown would look fine with the black armor? You worry about any non-black being too bright. So yes, like the black brown from us is going to look great. You can start with it being thinner if you want. The key when you're going over black is it generally, to highlight your black, you have a little bit of gray. So you want to start with a very dark color. You can take the black brown and add a little bit more black to it, but you want that shift in color there, specifically on the chipping. A lot of what you can do too is go just a little step lighter than your base color. Here, because our tank was already in earth tones, right? We're already in that kind of desert yellow, or dunkelgelb, right? The dark yellow color that the Germans used. And we did that by taking black brown and mixing it 50-50 with our yellow ochre. And we got this color, right? So that's the same color that I'm painting all of the smocks and stuff for my Fallschirmjäger with as well. So I just mixed black brown. I actually mixed up a bottle of it, right? And boom. So this is basically 50-50 black brown and yellow ochre, and it gives me that, that dark yellow, that dunkelgelb color. So I've just been painting with that. Since that's already kind of the base, I went straight to black brown because it works, right? It's just kind of instinctual. You just feel like, okay, those colors are kind of in the same range. It's going to work. I'm going to do that with my chipping. Bing. If this were a larger scale, as I was going through, I would have taken this, right? And I probably, let's see, could I have gone straight to yellow? Oh, yeah, I probably could have gone straight to yellow ochre, right? So I could start with this as the base coat. This is just what the tank's painted with its, its highlighting and whatever modulation. And then I could go straight over to yellow ochre, which is just, it's a component of this, but it's brighter. And I could take that on the sponge and start my scratches by actually going to a lighter color. Because what happens to paint as it reaches an edge and where it's chipped away, it's worn away. Like on tanks, it's not generally chipping because of like a blunt force. It can be, obviously you can have shots that have ricocheted off the side, but in reality on most tanks that's not what you see, right? There can be small arms fire at the tank that gives it chipping, little bullet holes and dents in places if you're going really deep into the weathering. For a normal tank though, right? The chipping comes from maintenance, from general wear and tear. These guys have to walk all over the top of this tank to do anything to it, right? To open deck lids, to get in and out of the hatches on a stew, especially, right? The Sturmgeschütz is all, there's no side entries or exits. They're all up out of the two hatches on the commander's podium, the gunner and the commander, or the driver hatch down low, right? So you don't have the ability to just kind of crawl in this tank without stomping all over it. So you'd have paint worn off of high edges and things being thrown and slapped on it. So when that happens, basically it's paint being worn away more than just like chipping because you hit it with a hammer. And so as paint wears thin, a lot of times it will lighten around the edges. So you could actually go through with a sponge and do it lighter. On this scale, I didn't do that because we would lose all of it. And you can imagine as we go down in scale too, to like Flames of War style scale, right? This tank, when you do chipping, you probably only do one color. You probably do black, brown, and you call it a day. Because again, anytime you're trying to put a bunch of colors in such a small area, right? You do one of two things. You reduce the amount of colors that you use and you make it stay on scale and look like you want, or you try to do the same amount of coloring you would on a bigger tank, and all those colors tend to overcome each other, right? Because if I've done 2 or 3 colors in my chips on a tank of this size, on a 35th scale tank, I might do 4, 5, 6, depending, right? On a tank like this, maybe 1, maybe 2, right? Because all those colors will get lost, and so half of your work won't even be visible. So you have to take that into account. So on this, I just went straight to a dark color on the chipping edge and didn't do the light first. But as you scale up, like on your knight, you might do a lighter color. So that black armor, you might go to that same base black that you used, add in a little bit of bright gray to it just to lighten it up a little bit. And when I say a little, just work very slowly. You want a color that is not much, like kind of the difference between... like that's probably even too much, right? So from dark neutral gray to dark warm gray, we probably wouldn't go quite that light. You'd probably do, if this was your base coat, you'd mix this 50-50 with this to get your first, chip color. And then you have a light color and you daub that on where you want all your scratches, and then go back over that and with a darker color in there, so it gives that kind of contrast. You know, you'll see a lot of people on 40K models do their scratches and then highlight all their scratches, right? And you can do that. That'll also pull it apart from the black armor. So you have a lot of choices. I don't do the highlighting of scratches on realistic things because that's not the way that looks. On a tank, you're not going to have highlighted edges on these scratches. If it was a big deep gouge, then you would. But on just wear and tear scratches, you don't have that highlight. That highlight shows depth. So if I were to go, like if we zoom in and I was to, right. So if this were like a 40K model, in order to get that kind of, cartoonish pop that we like so much on our models, if I were to come in here and start like, like highlighting like this underside of this chip right here, right? And here and all of these, and pick a direction and kind of highlight the underside of the chips, it would give them a depth that isn't really natural. And so since we're kind of in this world of military scale models, we're going for something that's more of a, I say more believable, more historic without being a rivet counter necessarily. And so I don't do that, right? We did highlight, if you remember last time we were on the stream, we kind of went through and we dry brushed, a little bit of the highlight edge on these. I went back with a brush and even brightened up some of those edges just a little bit more. And then I did all the scratching over the top of the highlighted edge to dump the highlighted edge down. And I'm going to show you today, well, we can do it right now, as a matter of fact, with the pencil, right? So take a graphite pencil. In this case, I think I'm using a 3B. Yeah, a 3B. So it's a pretty soft pencil, right? As you go to B is soft and H is hard, right? So if you've got like the 4H pencils and stuff, right? So you've got these pencils that are super hard. This is a 4H, so it barely leaves a mark, right? And then you've got the B's, and the B's are going to be a lot softer, so you're going to get a lot more material out of a B. And so I'm using a 3B. You could go softer if you wanted to, but you don't have to. And what these do, let me grab some cling wrap, right, is I've already started it right in here. Right, so you can kind of see this metallic sheen. See that metallic sheen right there on that edge? Right? See it right along here? That's a shine, right, that's just on that edge, right? Just on these areas where we have the paint stripped off, right? Just down this edge here, a little bit of sheen on those, right? And so if I take this pencil and just use the side of it, look at that. Right? See how it just puts that little shine on those chips? So if I want to do that on the front of this gun, see that? Super easy, super cheap. No special products. Go to the freaking art store, buy yourself some pencils. Just use your what is it, the 2 hardness, right? Didn't we use like 2H pencils in elementary school? Just go grab yourself a 2H pencil, steal it from a kid in your neighborhood, right? And you can do stuff like this very, very simply, right? And that drags that realism up a notch that we didn't even have. But this gives you a better look than going through and trying to highlight all those chipped edges. Going through and giving that brightness like that with the graphite does worlds towards making that look super realistic on those scratches. And now all of a sudden our tank looks like it's made out of metal. Like this could be a die-cast metal model for all we know at this point, rather than a painted lightweight plastic model, right? 2 B's, okay, yeah. Okay. Melon head. Okay, yeah. Well, coming from the scale model world, this is something we don't always put into application when we're doing gaming models. Number one, because the graphite can be a little finicky if you're handling the model all the time. It still varnishes fine, so you can do a dull coat over the top of it and it works fine. You might find that it knocks the sheen down a little bit just because the nature of matte varnishes, so you might want to hit it again. And if a lot of cases in scale modeling, I would do this at the very end, because that model's not going to be handled and moved around the table, and I'm not going to making noises and playing with it, right? So in gaming, we don't do this a lot. But for tanks and stuff where, really all you're doing on the table is you're grabbing it by the tracks, right, and moving it around. You're not handling this model a ton like you do a dude, right? So like a dude, when you go to pick him up, you could grab every single part of this model eventually in the course of its life. Here, maybe the same, but in general usage, you're just kind of aiming it around. So on tanks, it can still be a really good way to do stuff. But it's just a really good method and very cheap, inexpensive, and quick, right? We don't have to build up layers. We don't have to mix paint. There's no water. There's no thinning. It's drawing, right? It's literally drawing on the edges to get that metallic feel. And you can do it anywhere and everywhere, right? So you get that kind of very quick feeling on here. You can do it up the sides here. You can use the point and draw on the surface. And obviously you also have the darkness of the actual pencil mark that can be used to your advantage too, but you want to be careful. You don't want to go drawing a bunch of, crazy lines all over your model if you can avoid it, right? But all of a sudden we've got that shiny paint chipped edge now. Greek Nakos, 9 freaking months. What are we naming it? What's its name? Another thing that I wasn't planning on doing on this, but you can also use it for black, right? So like this gun barrel, right? Like shiny gun barrel. A lot of people are like, okay, so how do I do non-metallic black? Like we're not using metallic paints on this thing, but this is basically just a metallic pigment. Think of it like that. You can come over the top and very easily take that gun barrel, and how about that? Even when it's not chipped, how about making, your guns shiny? Again, it's a little finicky because at the end of the day, it's not great for models you're going to handle a lot, but look at that. I mean, just really, really easy. You get that oiled metal barrel. And that was literally just base coated with black, and now we put a little graphite on it, right? Right. So, real simple. Like I said, don't get carried away with it. I feel like I need to temper you with it because in the world of gaming, which we use most of our models for, it's not going to work really well for you at the end of the day if you're handling that model all the time, right? So I generally limit it to vehicles. I'm not going to do it on my guys. Non-metallic metal's so good, it'll make you want to rob children. See? They have pencils. I'm just saying. Red Rogers Games, what's going on? Greek. Major BJ Fokker, what's going on? Do we ever do sci-fi stuff? All the time. All the time. We do everything here. Right now I'm doing some bolt action, but we do everything. We do War Machine, Warhammer, our own stuff. Most of our own stuff is more fantasy and demon-esque, but yeah, we do Space Marines. And we just recently painted up Jen, the better half of the show. We painted her up as a Space Marine. These techniques that I show, I always talk about in terms of how you can use them for whatever you're doing. Imagine this being like a Rhino, any kind of vehicle in your sci-fi game. All of these techniques work exactly the same. I tell people all the time, don't get hung up on the material I'm painting on, right? Because most cases that's irrelevant, right? If I'm painting skin, it could be on a human or an alien or whatever. The techniques I'm going to show you, the way that I'm going to talk about it is going to be relevant for anything you're painting where you're painting skin. Same thing, if we're painting metal like this and we're doing these tricks and tips to do weathering and stuff, it counts on everything that you do. But yeah, we paint everything. Fantasy, sci-fi, you name it. Stormtrooper girl over here is still haunts my days and nights because she's been sitting here staring at us for eons. So yeah, we paint everything. Anything you want. We need to market Magic Hobby pencils for our store. I could basically just get. I don't have a real pencil here, do I? I normally have like a 2B pencil that I've stolen from one of the neighborhood kids laying around here. I don't really steal from the kids. If you're new here, rest assured I don't really. As far as you know, I don't really steal from the neighborhood kids. I'm just saying. But if I did, it would be those cool number 2B pencils. Does anybody even use those anymore? I feel like kids have mechanical pencils nowadays. You don't want to use a mechanical pencil. They don't work as well, right? You want a graphite pencil, an artist pencil. I showed you guys the other day the kit that I prefer over the past few years is still fairly inexpensive. You can get them on Amazon. It's these. The Derwent Graphic, right? The mediums, it goes from a 6B up to a 4H, which is a great range. It's not going to get you down into like the charcoal range of softness, but it's good, right? They're just sketching, graphic designer pencils. But this is a great range. You don't even need all these. Like if you just wanted to go out and buy some 4Bs, 4Bs work great. That's kind of the wheelhouse. Like 3, 4, and 5B is where I live. 6B can leave a little bit too much material on, so it depends on what you're doing. But 3, 4, and 5 is really good in my wheelhouse. So if you just wanted to go out and buy 4B pencils and buy a dozen 4B pencils on Amazon, you probably get away with it. Do it. Do it now. Do it now. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Do it now. They're great. And just play with them. Like everything, they're just a lot of fun to use. But again, like I said, because the graphite will eventually wear off and it will smudge around on the model if you're using it a lot, just be careful with that. Because, like if you're writing in pencil and your hand goes, I'm a lefty. So if I write with pencil, I smudge it all behind myself because I don't write with a hook, right? So you just have to be careful because it will still smudge on the model. But sometimes that's really what you want. Like when I'm doing these edges, that's exactly what I do, right? So let's zoom in here a little bit. Right. So if I come in back here, let's just pick like the side of this fender. Right, so if I come along the side of this fender, right, I can just kind of trace the entire length of this fender, knowing that that edge is guaranteed to have gotten beaten up. And because it's not paint, you're not in a rush, right? I can just kind of give this metallic sheen to the entire edge of that fender, and then I can come back by and smudge it, right? Break it up like that. And then I still get some of that sheen where I didn't smack it so hard, and then I've erased it almost completely here, right? But it does give graphite on your finger, right, as you press it in. So you just have to be careful, be smart about what you're doing, because if I were to do that like on the side, like if I were to grab this edge and smudge it, my finger wipes across the side, I might get graphite wiped across the side, which can leave you with some happy mistakes, right, where you get some effects you weren't expecting, but you want to be smart about it. You don't want to just go all willy-nilly. That's a technical term, by the way, willy-nilly. After Bandai Star Wars stuff got accessible, we're not with third-party imports from Japan. You bought a few models from them. The Bandai stuff, Bandai makes amazing stuff, right? Like the Bandai GW kind of thing going together, I feel like is probably a good deal. That Space Marine model will be really cool. Right. All right, so let's think about this. Let's do, I'm not going to do a lot of the pencil because I got to handle the model, right? And right now I don't want to varnish because that'll take a long time to dry. So we're going to do the tracks. So we want to kind of work on the tracks. So I'm going to show you some pigment, right? We're going to use some pigment. I've got some AK pigments here, I think. Are they AK? They're MIG. I got some MIG pigments here. I got like a dirt, like a dirt color. And then I got a rust color that we're going to use. And I've got some other pigments around here too, someplace. I got some AK pigments around here too. Let me grab some pigments real quick. I think they're in a box back here. Yes, I find them. All right. So any pigments work. Hobby pigments are very fine grind. A lot of times when you're watching me or when we've talked about in the past, like doing just dirt on boots for figures, right? Like if I was just going to do the boots and get some ground color worked up on my Fallschirmjäger, I might just take the pastel chalks that I show you, right? So if you get chalk pastels, you can grind them onto a little bit of like a fingernail file or sandpaper I use, and you can use those. The issue with doing that on the tracks on a tank is that the chalk pastels have chalk as a carrier, or medium, if you will, right? So the chalk is a component of them that holds them together, so you can use them as chalk pastels. You can draw with them, right? These pastels in a jar, or not pastels, but the pigments in a jar, like the AK pigments, are literally just the raw pigment. There's no carrier. There's nothing to hold it together. It's just dust. If you sneeze, it's going to go all over the place. It's horrible, right? Brush for hire. What is going on? So it's one of those things where using the chalk pastels is, you can do it if you want to stay on the cheap side or the less expensive side. You can get chalk pastels, you can grind them up, and you can put them into use the way you're going to see me do these tracks. The problem is the chalk medium doesn't have a color to it, so, and it takes up volume. So when you get the dust that you've ground out on a pastel, it's going to, an equal amount of it in powder form compared to these pigments is going to give you less color, if that makes any sense. So I typically want to use the pigments because we're going to use a medium, right? We're going to use a matte medium to apply the pigments, or we might use a colored wash paint or something to apply the pigments. We're going to play around. I'm going to show you a couple of ways to do this. But you're going to wet the pigment down, and when you wet the pastels down to apply them, you lose about 50% of the volume and hence the color of the pastel. So you find yourself using a lot more pastel chalk to get this effect because you're wetting it down. So there you go. Take that into account. So pigments are fairly inexpensive. And we've got quite a few over here. I'm trying to see, what do I want? Which ones do I want to use here? Let's pick a good dirt color. I think these two mixed together would be a pretty good dirt color, right? Because this is Normandy. This is not desert. So we're not going to use like a bright kind of deserty yellow pigment. That won't make a whole lot of sense. But we will use one of these rusty ones as well. I think probably the brighter of the rusts. I think that's probably it. And I think that's probably it. So we'll start by doing the inside of the track, right? Since it's since it's like European soil is the kind of area where we're focused on. I'm not trying to do these as mud. I'm trying to do it as like dry, fall, dry, headed into winter kind of thing. Not a lot of mud yet. So we're gonna do the dirt in there. So we got to be someplace in between wet mud and dry sand is the key. And we're going to first do it just with a matte medium. I'm going to use our matte medium, and I'm just going to show you how I'm going to put it in there, and then we're just going to daub a lot of the pigment into it. So if I can find our matte medium. That is definitely not it. That would cause all sorts of problems if you use the metallic medium. That is not what you want, Jason. Don't do it. Here we go, matte medium. So this is the matte medium that we use in our paints. You could use any kind of acrylic medium that you wanted to. You can use glazing mediums. You can use washes for this. As a matter of fact, well, I don't have a good color of wash pre-mixed here. We'll do that on the tank. We'll thin some paint out and do some coloring on the treads. But I'm just going to use a matte medium. So this has no color, right? This just dries clear and matte, just like our paints. And that's what we're going to use first. Squeeze out some of that onto the palette. By the way, bought some of the paint at the used store a few days ago. Haven't had the chance to use them yet, but I have to say, though, I love the screw top lid thing. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's kind of a love-hate thing. Some people don't like it much, but most people really dig it. And thank you for the support. Hope you dig them. Brush for hire trying to figure out Twitch. It's a pain, isn't it? They just changed everything. How do I get the pencils? I bribe them with candy. You have to bribe kids for pencils? I find kids are still gullible. You just go, hey, what's that? Thunk, and steal their pencil. Somebody's going to clip this, and I'm going to get fired. Again, just a footnote, editor's footnote. As far as you know, I do not really beat up kids in my neighborhood for their pencils. I'm going to say that about 10 times because I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea about me. Right? If we got new people here, I want you to feel safe. Right? This is a good place to hang out. We got good people here. We just have a thing about pencils. We just have a thing about pencils. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this. For this, you want a brush you don't like much. Just be honest with you. Let's get a brush we don't care about that we haven't cleaned in about 1 billion years. That one looks pretty good. That's a pretty good brush to, yeah, that one's been used for all sorts of unsundry, horrible tasks. That's what we're going to use. All right, let's get the pigments out the way we want them. I'm going to get a mixing cup for these because I am going to mix. Pigments, just, a little bit of FYI, these pigments that we're using are the same pigments that would be used or could be used in paint, okay? So, if you buy a pigment, this is the same type of stuff. Granted, it's not ground as fine as it would be if you wanted to actually make a paint. You wouldn't just throw medium in this to get a smooth paint. It would still be rough and chunky. But that's the whole goal with these mediums, right? Is that we want them to give us texture. So these are like, not even craft paints are ground this heavy, right? This is like dirt. It's like playground dirt, but it has color. but very similar in its context. Probably a cheaper pigment than you would find in a good quality paint, only because why would you use a very expensive pigment for what we're about to do? You don't want it to be smooth. The expense for pigments is generally in how fine the grind is and what it allows you to do to create a very smooth blending, easy use paint. In this case, since we're trying to recreate dirt and dust and grime and grit, we don't really care as much. Which one did I pick up? Did I pick up the dirt color one? Yes, I feel like I did. All right, so I'm going to mix these two together, right? So I've just got a couple of those pigments in there, and I can just kind of stir it up, even though it doesn't have water. I'm not using any water. It's a dry brush, but you're still going to get a blend of those colors. All right. That's a pretty good. That might be a little too orange. But that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's put a little black in there, too. Let's put a little black in that, too. Oh, let's put a little bit of this. Oh, no, that's what we just used. I was like, we have dark earth, but we just used that. Pay attention, son. I say, oh, come here, boy. Grab a little bit of black. Just mix it all up. That's a pretty good color there. Now I've got a good dark kind of French earth, Western European thing going on there. Right? Just a good dirt color. It's got enough variance in it. I try not to use the pigments. You can use them just straight out. Like I have this dark earth, this kind of rusty color, and black. I could put them on individually and layer them on the model and blend that way. I typically just will build up a color like this that I am, pretty good with being my medium color, and then I can add those other colors into it to shift it one direction or not. So if I want it darker in place, I can add black to it and do that on the model, but get a good hybrid color for starting out with. Note to self and to you guys, big valuable lesson here, always put the cap back on the pigments. Don't ask me how I know this. Don't ask me how I know this. No, these are just pigments from everybody else's dealer. What's going on? Very fertile looking dirt, right? We're not going for desert. We just want something that looks like it's rich enough you could grow plants and stuff in it because Normandy had greenery, right? It wasn't dead earth until they tore it up and warred on top of it, right? And churned the ground cover back into the soil. So we want it to be a little bit more of a rich colored soil. So think about that, right? What kind of a story are you trying to tell with your model? If you're doing like Martian earth, a lot of times that red, yellow, brown mix is good, makes sense, tells a story. If I were to put too much reddish in this, it would tell a weird story because where the hell is this tank, right? It doesn't make sense for where these would have been. Not saying that there aren't areas that have rich reddish soil in them. I'm not on the side of science where I can tell you what needs to be in the soil to make it red, high ferrous content. I don't know. But you do want to kind of think about, like, if it was desert, we would use lighter sandy colors, and then we would spot in darker colors along with that, but we wouldn't want the soil to look rich, and we would bring that up, and it would give it that light, dusty, sand-blown desert look. In this case, because we're Western European soil, we want it to be a darker soil to start with. So here we go. Let's do this. All right. I'm going to keep the pigments a little bit off cam there, just so I don't knock them over, because I'm the king of knocking these things over. So I'm going to get a little bit of water, mix it into my matte medium over here. I want the matte medium to be a little bit runny. Kind of almost like a wash, right? Because I had a little bit of pigment on my brush still, it's going to be a little bit dark already anyway. But I'm going to take this and I'm just going to kind of tap, almost like we were doing a wash, right? I'm just going to tap this along in here, building up along this area of the running gear, right? Like so. And then while the brush is still wet, I'm going to dip it into my pigment over here. I'm going to get some dust, and I'm going to just start kind of poking pigment into that wet area wherever I just put down my matte medium, right? So just go in here and up the side. So I'm not using too much all at once. I'm just getting a reasonable amount on my brush as I go. If I were going for high quantities of mud, then obviously you could go berserk with this stuff, right? You can put as much on here as you want. Just be careful. It's as is kind of with everything in the hobby, err on the side of less is more, right? And then build your effect up. Try not to overdo it right out of the gates, right? Because you could get it to where it's just, so ground in that it looks like it got, drugged through mud and everything. But you're seeing all that texture build up there with the pigment. So that's a pretty good start. We'll let that sit. That looks pretty good. We've got that color comes up a little bit up the side. We can kind of just poke at that, make sure we don't have a solid edge or line there of that medium. I'll go over and get a little bit more water on my brush, grab a little bit more of that medium, and again, just kind of poke it in here. It's getting on the wheels. That's fine. All right, kind of do up here. Kind of where it will settle down into these areas, like so. And again, just poke it into the pigment. Brush is still wet, didn't switch brushes, nothing fancy. And what that medium is doing is securing the pigment to the model, okay? Because the pigments themselves don't have anything to bind them to the model. They won't hold on. So you got to have that medium, or you can use pigment fixative. There's various companies that make that. AK makes it. Vallejo makes a pigment fixer. Things like that. But a standard acrylic medium works just fine. And right now it's wet, so it does look kind of muddy. But as that medium dries, you'll get a dry look out of this. And because it's a matte medium especially, so it won't be overly muddy looking at the end. Now, if you used a gloss medium, you could get a little bit of sheen out of this. Just understand the pigments themselves don't have a sheen. So I generally start with matte, and if I want anything glossy, I'll add that as I go. Again, just kind of make sure that this line around the bottom, just poking my brush at it so I don't get, a line that looks like I painted along there. Notice how I've taken it up. We get a little texture reaching further up into the hole that way, right? So again, since we're not doing super muddy terrain, I'm not taking it up super far. The dirtier and muddier you wanted this tank to have been in, then you could bring this up further and further up the side of the hull. You can imagine all these road wheels and the motion of the track throwing the inside mud further and further up against the hull, right? But we're not necessarily concerned with that. You could say that because the track gathers some here as it comes down here, it might throw it up against the top. I'm not really concerned with the physics of how tanks work right now. We could poke a little bit up into the top, but I'm more concerned with it along the bottom of the running gear. Right? Again, at this scale, you can go overboard if you want to, but it's not necessary. Right? Kind of clean a lot of that off of the brush. Drac, what is happening? Yeah, the pigment fixers are just a medium, like Melonhead is saying. All it is a medium. They're just various amounts and types of polymer in the medium. If you're familiar with acrylic mediums, it's an acrylic polymer. And the polymer, the size, for lack of a better term, imagine that the polymer are these clear plastic balls in liquid form. And as they dry, they turn the whole thing into a very thin plastic sheet. That's what acrylic paint is. And so the polymers themselves, the larger they are, the stronger the bond. So you get thicker thicker mediums that will give you texture even without pigment in them. You just want to use a medium. You can go and buy Liquitex matte medium off the shelf at the art store pretty cheap. Any acrylic medium works. I would suggest matte again for anything that you do with pigments to start. As you get more under your wings and feel a little bit more comfortable with, like I said, you can go to satins and glosses, but I don't really find an excuse to ever use those, really. Maybe some other people out there do for something. Feel free to share, but I don't really feel like it's a thing. Drac, I know, I gotta get, some people are already over the 3-year hump and I don't have a 3-year tag. Damn it. Damn it. You want to plant tomatoes in pigment. What? I wonder if you could do that. I don't think you could do that. Dickie B, what is happening? Biggs Falur, welcome back. Don't accuse you of being good people. What? 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 Glosses work for wet mud. Yeah, the only thing that I don't like, though, is that depending on the amount of pigment and how you apply the pigment itself is matte, and so it gives it a varied thing. So I always go back, or I always use matte. Just my brain wraps around it better this way. I always use matte varnish or matte medium to hold the pigment in place, fix it where I want it, get it all set on there, and then I go back and I'll give a little bit of gloss to it as a secondary process, like over the top. Both of them probably achieve the very similar feel, in game. And you could probably get there, however you want. Right? Play around with it, see what you like. Right? You can see how as it's setting up, we just we don't want to overtake the details. We don't want to round our details off too much, but it gives us some good dirt. So we'll do that on the road wheels themselves. Again, just some water and some medium. And I'll just kind of hook that right in the middle of the wheels there. Grab some pigment. Oh. Typically stick to the inside of the road wheel. Centrifugal force, right, would spin a lot of the dirt off of the road wheel as it reached to the outer circumference. But the stuff down deep would kind of nestle into the hub and such, but it's your game. Do what you want. Right, play with it as you will. Don't want a lot on there, so I can take my finger and wipe it off of the face of the hub so that it just leaves it on the inside, right? Because I got some pigment on the top of the hub there. I just kind of lightly wipe that off, so now there's no pigment on the top of the hub, right? But all just inside those nooks and crannies and below. And again, just think about it as you're doing it. Like, what are you trying to, create ultimately? Like, I might have some dirt kind of built up on these road wheels, but not, maybe inside the holes there and not on the face of it, right? Since I'm not going for extreme mud. So I'm just going to take a little pigment, wallow my brush on the inside of those holes where I put some medium, like so, right? So again, not overly dirty because that's not what we're going for, but enough to build up a little bit of texture there. Maybe I poke a little bit in random areas around. But again, I don't, these layers of weathering that we do on vehicles, you've got to think in terms of each one is going to look really cool if you do it right. But if they all look equally as cool and you get excited about them, you might overtake something you already did, right? So like the chipping that we've done on this road wheel looks really good, right? The camo that we did on the road wheel looks really good. You want them all to be able to live together to show off all the work you do, right? So the camo on the road wheel, the chipping on the road wheel, the weathering on the road wheel, the highlights on the road wheel, all of that has to live together, but we're talking about an area less than a dime, right? It's less than the size of a dime right here. So we're talking about putting a lot of stuff in there. So be thinking in terms of what's the effect that you want to pop the most if you want to have one that, is prominent, and do that one. And then do all the other ones very small around it. You have a lot of other surfaces to work with, right? We've got other surfaces like the gear in the back where the dirt is showing up really nice in there. It's blended all that. Like almost all of our camo is kind of sunken away. See how we're getting that texture of the dirt that we spit up there? I mean, that's pigment is dirt. So look at that, right? Now you can see where that medium is dried and see that texture that we've got on the hull. And that gives us a really nice weathering. And again, we're balancing it here for not too muddy, but you could go wild. Hopefully this is showing you what you could get out of it. I need some more medium on my paletta. But I find that when I'm discussing this with people, when I'm showing this technique to people, that the biggest thing that people do is they run off and they do too much weathering. It doesn't mean that you go overboard with any one thing. It's that you do 3 or 4 different types of weathering, like on this road wheel where we've got a lot of things going on, but then you can't tell how much work you actually did. Like you lose, maybe the camo colors go away, maybe the scratches and dings that you put in it go away, and it's all just dirt. And then it becomes very one-dimensional again. So be careful, is the only thing I'm saying, right? There's a lot of time to put a lot of these effects on a lot of models that you'll build in the future, so don't feel like you got to do every single thing on this one model, is really the key. So I think we got all the road wheels. This one's weird because on this particular model, they build this guide wheel in the back. They build this thing with a false back that's supposed to look like the shape of the hull, but it's not. It's part of the wheel, just so it glues together easier. So that's a pain in the ass. I don't really want to weather that too much because it's too close in dimension. So that's just a feature of the model. So I'm not going to do much on this. I might, yeah, I don't want to because I don't want it to look like dirt is that far up. So that's a weird one. That's something that's a little funky. All right. So let's take, there'd be a little bit of dirt on the inside of the track, but unless you're doing mud, you generally don't want to put a lot of pigment on the inside. You want to have most of it ground into the outside of the track. So I'm going to knock a little bit of that off, and I'll just do a little bit in here, right, with the medium. And we'll grab some pigment. Brush off, kind of stipple that a little harder. I'm wiping my brush off to the side so that now as I come in here and I daub this, I'm actually taking some of this pigment off now. So every time I hit it with the brush, I'll go wipe it on the napkin. So I'm leaving a little bit of pigment on there, but I don't want too much, right? And that's going to give it a good kind of bring the fact that, yes, this is moving on the land and I've got that same dirt color going, but I don't want it to be a super texture on the inside of the tracks, because the inside of the tracks hit the road wheels as they move, as you can see, so it would grind any dirt that was there into very fine dust, which is what we want to represent. We don't want to build up like we have on the inside of the hull right here. Okay. Again, we get the color of the dirt, and then I clean my brush off, and then I come in here and I'll come in these small areas and just kind of stab the brush at that area where the pigment and the medium were. So I pick a lot of the excess off back onto the brush and then wipe it off, come back with a clean-ish brush, right? I can use brush strokes, but most of the time I'm just punching the color on and off. And now we get the color of the dirt on there, right? But we won't get a whole lot of texture built up. Not like we did here where you can actually see that dry kind of dirt texture on the inside and on the inside of the wheels there. Here it'll just be more flat and more just for the color. And also what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab a little bit of the black. I'm using the cellophane, for those of you who may not watch the show a lot. I'm using the cellophane to keep my sweaty paws off of the rest of the model. Take a little bit of the black while this is still wet, right? And I'm just going to kind of poke the black into a couple of these areas where I don't want that red to be quite so up front. So again, pigments are really, really forgiving in most cases until you build up a crap ton of them, right? So I can come in here and darken that up real quick just by throwing a little bit of black pigment over the top like that. And then I can kind of smudge that around. And there, I've got a good dirt coloring on there, but that darkened it up a little bit. It's not quite as brown as on the rubber wheels or on the back hull, but it still brings it all together and doesn't make it look like a different painted surface. Okay. And again, depending on what you want to do, you could do that up top too. This isn't for like competition painting, so I'm not going to worry about the top track right now. I may come back later and be like, no, you know what you need to do? You need to do it right there too. But not right now. Right? Remember what I told you earlier about always put the top back on the black? I have not done that, so everybody take the over-under on how long it takes me to scream and screw this up. I'm going to tilt this up just a bit if I can. Come on, camera. Like so. There we go. Mucho better. Again, fill my brush with some water, get some of that medium, and then come in here on the tracks and just layer that down. Now, one thing is only do the tracks to the point where they make table contact. Don't do all the bottom side. You'll be unhappy. You'll do all that work, and then those tracks get beat up as they run across the board when you're playing. Right, so now on the outside of the track, we are going to churn up a little bit more dirt. We're going to be a little bit more liberal with the application of the pigment, because these tracks, as they move, are very abusive to soft ground. They will tear up, depending on the speed of the tank, obviously, but they're metal and grooves in them and stuff like that, so they will generate a lot more upheaval of the soil that will ride along on the back of the track, depending on the direction. Obviously, when the tank is moving forward, a lot of that mud will get thrown up onto the back of the, or dirt will get thrown up onto the back of the fenders there, so we'll put a little bit on that fender. Right, we might stipple a little bit of this on the inside of the fender well right there on the back, just to drag that color in. And then, of course, we want to, on the sides where we can see this up top, we'll do a little bit as well. I'm going to wipe that with my finger to get back to my kind of metallic burnished edge. And again, just kind of back and stipple that pigment in there. Now, we've shown you other products from Vallejo, the mud and grass mixture, where it's basically already a bunch of pigment in a medium and already has grass and heavy texture in it. So you can definitely use stuff like that. And this becomes a little bit of a more of a one-shot thing, because if you have that material, you just paint it on. Generally, though, that stuff's not a good color. It's very fake looking, like overly green or overly brown and stuff like that. So you got to be careful with that. And you'll probably wind up coming back in and painting over the top of it, using it for the texture and then painting it. Whereas the pigments, because they are technically like raw paint, you can basically come in like what we're doing here, mix the color you want, and then just go to town, right? So like if that was too red again, I can grab a little bit of the black and just kind of randomly poke it in there to give it kind of a variance in that color. Because right now the one thing is that color is a little too uniform, right? Which dirt would have, patterning to it to some extent. I'll just stipple a little bit of that black in there too, and now we've got that color back. I'm going to take my finger real quick, kind of just make sure I'm only really building up pigment in between the tracks and not have any on the outside of the metal lip there. So now by wiping it off, obviously, right, it's on my finger now, but all of that was on the face of the track. And again, that would be more like mud. So we kind of want to leave it the way we've got it here. And you can imagine that's still got a little bit of wetness too. I don't want to go back over it with the graphite, but I can use the graphite pencil now and go back over those edges, and we'll do that in a little bit. And I'll get that shine back to the edge of the tracks, which were metal. These aren't rubber tracks on Panzers. They use metal and were primed and all that good stuff. So do it to the front here. Biggs, what's going on? Quick question. You accidentally broke the ring finger off of your Lady of Chaos without noticing, and you haven't been able to find it. Do I recommend trying to sculpt a new finger, or just accepting that should be missing a finger? Oh. Is it a hand? I can't remember right now on the Lady of Chaos. She's at the house. Does the hand, I believe both, let me think. I believe both the hands are parts that go on at the wrist, correct? Is she painted yet? Because we might be able to get you a new hand, right? You need to email us though, right? Because if you tell me here, we'll have this whole conversation here, and then I'll forget. It's a left hand that's by the flame and it's not painted. I just don't remember if it's a hand that goes on by itself or if it's part of the forearm. Either way, we could get you a new hand most likely. Right? So again, I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to be a little bit more specific. I'm going to put the medium in between the treads as much as I can, so I keep it off the face a little bit more. Right, so I'm just kind of going in between the treads, the tank treads, like so. Then we'll grab some pigment again. Now it's just down on the inside there, and I can kind of, no matter what I do, it's going to get on the face of it, right, because I'm going pretty quick here. I'll stipple it in the middle of those treads like this. So hopefully this is showing you some really cool stuff you can do to any vehicles. Like again, we had somebody asking about sci-fi stuff. You know, there's no reason why your Rhinos, Land Raiders, whatever you got. I always go to 40K immediately, but you could be playing something that isn't 40K. But any vehicle would do like this and benefit from this type of weathering. And you can tell such great stories with a model by going through and giving it this kind of attention. Here, the underside might pick up some texture, but usually tanks don't go very fast in reverse, so you might not have a lot of mud on the front of the fender, but you'd have it up underneath. Again, something that isn't really going to matter a whole lot on this model because of the scale, but something to keep in mind, right? And again, you could have the dirt kind of just smudged and along the front here close to the track where it would be throwing. Dirt and such around, but don't go crazy with it. Unless, of course, you're going for full-on mud, right? Now you can see how I've kept the, still take my finger and rub it across that edge there to take it off, but now you can see how I've kept the facing edge with a little bit more of that silver showing through that we had initially. Grab a little bit of the black again. Bingo. You can see the difference in what we're churning out here to here. I might even take some of this coloring that I've got and just kind of use it as a, not as much of a texture, but as a kind of a discoloration to this front extra track link section. Even though this looks like it's fairly new, the way they model it on this tank does not look like it's ever been used, but give a little coloring to it. I don't know that, again, if it, unless it's a big muddy diorama that I'm doing, I probably don't put a lot of material on the front of the tank. Right? Pretty good look. Oh, I did the wrong front, didn't I? I was doing the right side. Dadgummit. Just trying to make the same track. Well, now we got to do the other side. This was the track we were painting. And again, you can use colored paint here, washes, anything you want that has the ability to dry and become a, you know, a fixed color on the model. I'm using a clear matte medium, but obviously my paintbrush is tainted with the color of the pigment in it. So even when I put the medium directly on, I'm basically painting color now because the medium's in kind of impregnated with the color of the pigment that we're using. Right? Good. Black, just kind of spotting the black around randomly. Wipe the facing edge of those tracks off real quick like we did over there. Even that out. We've got some nice, good, dirty tracks, but not overly muddy, right? We can tell this is just normal earth that we're running through, not throwing a lot of nasty coloration up on this thing. You can see how you could get as wild as you want to with this and build up like the whole front of it with mud if you thought he was going over berms and things like that. Right, but so now we've got a pretty good dirtied up track. I'm not going to worry about this section up here on top too much. I'm going to drag a little bit of color from what's left on my brush along up here to darken it up a bit. But I'm not super worried about it again. Okay. And that, I mean, that could literally be all you do, right? For this tank, that's probably all we will do for the dirt. And then I can take our pencil trick, right? And just kind of hold the pencil at a side angle and just kind of rub that pencil right along the edge of where the pins, the locking pins for the track go. and bring that shiny edge back out now that we've put the dirt on there, right? We'll pick up some of that metal. You can imagine these edges are always running up against dirt and being polished, right? Because all polishing is sanding with a very fine grit. So dirt, rock, all that other stuff. Assassin Red, what is going on? 33 freaking months. Thank you, my friend. But dirt, rock, and everything else will polish the edges of these steel tracks links as they bump up against it. So even though we've done all that weathering, we want to make the sides of the track have a little bit of sheen to them. Same reason why we, on the front, are going to go in and kind of do this across the track face where there wouldn't be as much dirt buildup, right? It's going to shove all the dirt actually into the middle section, right? And so very quickly we just get that edge with the graphite shining. It gives us a little bit more of that realism. Right? Notice the difference now side to side. This looks like metal track links. This one's still too dirty. Looks a little muddier than we want it. So by going through and just giving it a little bit of that sheen from the graphite pencil, we push that dirt visually further into the in-between of the track links. Right? Tracks are kind of molded crappily, but we work with what we got. I still want to leave, that dirt face on them, so I don't want to do completely across the face. I want to leave some gaps. There you go. Now we've got metal tracks with dirt shoved in between the links. Works like a champ. Repray with 3 months. Thank you, my friend. Thank you guys and gals so much for the continued support. Good to have you here. Hope you had fun for the couple of weeks we were off. We went to Valhalla in the fall. If you're just joining us, we talked a lot about it. It was a ton of fun. I told everybody to make sure you do a little bit of a sticky note on your favorite thing in the world so that every day you're reminded that, hey, when the next time the Valhalla in the fall Kickstarter goes live, make sure you don't miss it. It's definitely worth attending. Oh, we haven't weathered that one yet, so let's go ahead and do the back side of this other track. I think you get it. What it looked like before, even though the track painted looked pretty good, right? I had dry brushed it with some dark silver, just some of our Pro Acryl dark silver. I painted the tracks with mahogany, right? And then washed them with a quick covering of our transparent black, right? So it gives you that kind of red oxide primer that they used on German tracks. The all-metal track links were primered red out of the factory in most cases. So they would hold that. Obviously, that would, get ground away eventually because it's just paint. But it still would be down in between the tracks. So that's a good clean track color, right? It looks good. But we want to make sure we get that dirt. Grab some water, grab some medium. Our now mud colored medium. Because that pigment is so thick, this paint actually would have a texture to it. So you got to be careful, because if you just paint this on, it'll leave an edge. So that's why I'm adding a lot of water to the medium as I go, thin it out a bit. Poking the brush in, getting the medium out, or getting the pigment out. Sorry if I'm stumbling on my words. I might say medium instead of pigment and pigment instead of medium. Hopefully you guys by this time have got it understood what it is we're trying to do here. Again, I'm only doing the visible parts. I don't care about this underside here, right? Because this is going to get rubbed on the playing table. And even if I was making a diorama, I might not do much down here because I'm going to push it into the earth anyway. I might squeeze out some dirt on the sides, but I'm usually not really worried about the underside of the track. Somebody might say that's blasphemy, but that's just me. I'm lazy, so. The way it goes when you're lazy. A little bit of that black that we've been spotting in there. Go dip my brush in the black real quick and then bring it over. Clean the brush off real quick and then just kind of push that so the black blends with the pigment underneath it, right? Like so. Bingo. Super quick. Like, as soon as you get used to doing this, you don't even have to think about it. You just put medium down, poke pigment into it, clean it off, shine it up afterwards, done. Track's done, right? And you just get a great look. Something that can very easily take your, your tank to a totally different level of realism without going overboard, right? We haven't done a whole lot here, but look at how different that looks, right, to this. We haven't done it on this side yet. This still looks good. We have our chipping and our camo and our weathering looks really good, but the tops of the tire is really clean. The inside is really clean. I mean, we did some washes and things on the inside of that with some of our transparent paints. We've got good coloring in there. Looks good. But when you look at that versus this, right, having that earthen color up in there, that texture up in there, a little bit of pigment dumped in there, and of course the color, dragging off on the road wheels and stuff just works a dream at adding a different layer of realism to it. We could also, while we're here, just throw a little bit on the face of these guide wheels. Up here they got a little bit on them already, but we could kind of dirty those up. Even out the dirt along the road wheels down here too. Of course the tracks look a good. Grab our pencil before I forget. If you're just joining us, this is just a 4B pencil. Here we go. Metal tracks, dirt in between. Super simple. Super simple. And, you go crazy. Like, you start looking and you're like, oh, but we need that kind of metal sheen showing through these cracked areas, and just kind of very quick with the pencil make some marks along here. And take the point of the pencil and do flat surfaces. And now your chips get a little bit more depth to them. I can't express to you how simple a lot of what we're showing you is to do. It's do it in moderation, right? Don't go hog wild with this stuff. Otherwise you'll wind up with it'll look too beat up. Like, you don't want every single chip to show graphite, silver underneath it. Whether you're doing it with a graphite pencil or you're doing it with silver paint, you don't want every chip to go all the way down to bare metal. That doesn't make sense. You want some variation. Right. Plus, it would take you 50 million hours to go back and do all of these, and you may not even weather and do as much chipping as I did here, right? I wanted this thing to look well worn and combat ready, but I didn't want to look like it was a dead tank, like something that they pulled out of a junkyard. So there's always that fine line that you're riding. Right. You're not going to paint your next model, you're just going to draw on it. You could. They make paint pens. I mean, the sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want, man. Do what you want. It's your world, girl. Now all of a sudden we've got a really good looking tank. We need to do the pigment down on the inside of the track and hull on this side just to even it out. I put that down because I need more pigment, or more medium. See? Me talk good. Me word good. Me need drink. You didn't come in last at the tournament, and you went to 2 losses, 1 draw, and 1 win? Sounds like a win. Did you have fun? Most important question when playing these games of ours is not how many did you win, how many did you lose. Did you walk away having a good time and that it was a time well spent? That's always the key. If you go to a tournament or you go play one of our miniature games and you come back out feeling like it wasn't worth it, you got your teeth kicked in, never doing that again, then that's a problem. Right? As long as you went and you feel like you do it again, bingo. Or maybe not even that you do it again, but that you're not mad you did it that time. Right? Cool. Awesome. Good, Assassin. Nice to hear it. I'm not missing anybody out here. Talked about ring fingers there. You don't paint the bottom of the tanks only when you can see them. I always paint the bottom. We don't do a lot with them. Like that's just literally. I think we did this, and I showed you using the transparent brown paint, the brown black paint mix that we did. I showed you putting the brown black paint mixture over the airbrushed bottom of the tank, so that I could show you how smooth that went on, how our transparent paints don't give you that same wash brush stroke and everything in them. They work really well. But other than that, I didn't do. I think I had a little bit of paint on there, so I dry brushed this thing, whatever that is. I'm not even worried about the bottom, honestly. But I always put some color on it. I never want to have gray plastic on my models because these models will be picked up. And like in a game of Bolt Action, you might turn it on its side if it gets blown up, So I'm never going to not paint something. But I'm definitely not spending a lot of time on the bottom. I'm not going to go in detail and throw mud in the tracks down there because I don't care. Because I just don't care. All right, so again, I'm going to get my paintbrush just a little clean here because I want to be wary on this first go round. Again, I don't want to paint a lot of color on the hull until I have pigment going in on it. If my brush is discolored with pigment, I go to the medium. The medium now becomes brown. I then apply the medium very liberally and wet as a base for the pigment. That color is going to stay, and I have to be thinking harder than I want to about where I put it. So again, I'm just going to clear the brush, clean it off before we start again. For the tracks, I didn't care because the color on the tracks is fine. But I don't want to just have color willy-nilly up in here. Technical term, willy-nilly. Just saying. All right. I take our medium. Start smacking it around in and amongst all this running gear. Just keeping it tight to the tops of the running gear like that. Right? I'll just do it section by section. So actually, no, I'm gonna do the whole thing right now. So I don't have to worry about what I just said. Right? Again, I'm just going to throw some. I'm getting it on the tops of the road rails where I want it as well. Just kind of going over the top of all this detail, shock, side of the hull right there. So now I've got a nice wetness all along that layer. Then with my brush still wet, I just dip it in my pigment, and we start jamming pigment into that wetness. That's going to create that muddy color. The jamming of the pigment in there is going to create a line, as you can see, where now there's color coming up around here. So we got to make sure we don't just get this undulating color. It looks like a sine wave, right? We're going to want to break that up. But for the meantime, we're just going to shove pigment into the liquid. And this is kind of like finger painting. Who cares if you do it right, right? You just get some dirt in places. I'd say there's no rhyme or reason, but there's a little rhyme or reason. You don't want to go overboard if you're not trying to show it like we've been talking about as pure mud or something. GamerDad, 8 months. What is going on, my friend? How the hell are you doing? All right, so again, just loading up some of that. I want to make sure that the most texture is built up in these low spots where it would gather into these crevices and such. All right, so like right down in there, throw a little bit more texture. Right around in this, throw a little bit more. All right, and now I want to take the brush, and as you see, we've got that still wet, right? We got that kind of don't, it looks fake. So we take the brush and we just stipple that edge, right? Maybe I'll carry it up in some spots. Just makes that edge randomized, right? So I don't have that same, now you can't find a regular occurrence of shape. So when you look at it, if you just applied the wetness, and it follows the tops of the wheels, when all that dries, the color follows the tops of the wheels, and it looks like you just painted the shape. Come back in, break it up. Right? Push some dirt a little higher up, randomly stipple. Stippling is your best friend for randomized textures as long as your brain can wrap itself around not going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. You don't want symmetry right here is really the story. Then we'll grab a little bit more of the medium. Do the hubs of the wheels. And we're just going over European dirt. It's not tons of baked in sand. It's not super scorching hot. If anything, it's winter, just about to get to the cold time of the year. So we don't want to load it up with too much dirt, but we want some realism in there. So I'm going to throw it in there. And then again, just like on the other side, take my finger and wipe it right across the top so that the face of the hub is now clean and shows my paint, and all of my dirt that I crammed in there is just in a halo around it. Right? I still see my camo, I still see my chipping, I still see my highlights. So I didn't overdo it. We still have a good combo of all of the weathering techniques that we've used on this. Right? I'm going to take the brush, clean it off a little bit, and again, kind of feather this color along the road wheel so it doesn't look too specific. We want it to, again, be that kind of randomized patterning around there. Bingo. The tops of the road wheels are now nice and dirty. You can actually bring it out on the face too, but I'm not as concerned with that. Just pay attention to the tops, not a highlight. Dirt gets everywhere. You have dogs, you know this. Dog looks clean, house looks like a disaster. It's kind of the way that works. A little bit more medium. Dip it along the bottom there, a little bit of pigment. Remember, the inside of the track will not have as much texture unless you're doing mud, like pure mud, because the road wheels will grind it to a very thin paste over time. We'll add a little bit of black in here just so we get the earthen color, but not as much texture buildup. Clean the brush, and I'll just kind of come back and make sure I push some of that around so I take some of that texture off at the inside of the track, but I get that color is really what we're trying to do there. More. Remember what we did up on the other road wheel, the drive wheel. We took the brush and I put a little bit of the medium in these holes. So I'm just going to shove the brush in each of these holes, wallow it around so I get the inside edge of those holes wet. That sounded horrible. That's what we're doing. Spit on it a little bit. I'm kidding. And then I'm going to take a little bit of pigment and do the same thing. Just wallow a little bit of that pigment inside those openings where dirt would build up. Right? Since we're not doing mud, there won't be a ton of dirt on the face of this drive wheel. Your initial instinct might be that dirt would build up at the bottom because of gravity, but remember this thing's spinning, right? So any dirt that was here while it was sitting, as soon as you started the tank, would go around and get thrown out, right? Because it's on the outside of the track. So you're not going to have a ton of dirt on the face of this. You might stipple a little bit in here, but you're not trying to build up a lot of texture on the face of the road wheel, unless, of course, like I said, you're going for like a real muddy situation. So that's probably about enough. Just enough to drag it together with what you've done on the rest of the tank. And I like that. That looks really good. Bring this color that we've got. We have very little of the pigment left on the brush, or of the textured pigment on the brush, but enough of the color in the medium left that I can drag it across the top there. And then wipe the face of those tracks again. Clean the brush. We done. Hey, shush. Shush, you. Doka says, I wasn't even paying attention and I got all hot and bothered. You can't take me anywhere, man. I am not socially acceptable. You can only handle me in small doses. Then you put me around people, especially people I don't know. Oh my God. We're all doomed. Sneaking in new paints. You have been under a rock, Gamer Dad. We got all sorts of new paints here, man. We do. We has the things. Right? Real quick, before that is done or called done on the tracks, right, we can take the pencil we stole from the neighbor's kid. Shh, that's not really a thing. People are going to think you're horrible. They don't already think I'm horrible. There's a problem. We're not marked. We need to hire a new PR publicist. And again, remember with all the weathering, we would darken up the edges of our tracks, but we want to find that kind of metallic sheen again in spots, just kind of randomly. Like so. Well, the tracks are good on the bunch of stuff. We'll probably do this graphite a little bit on these drive wheel spokes as well. How about that? Because those things get shoved up into the metal tracks, right? So we get a little bit of the paint obviously wearing off on the edges there. It would be a lot more dramatic than that because that all gets stuck up inside of the hole in the metal track with a lot of weight pushing against it. So we turn the edge of the pencil a lot more flat and get that shiny face just on the teeth there. And again, we've got some chipping on the road wheel, so you can kind of play around with that. Don't overdo it, but you can get that kind of metallic sheen with the pencil there. Same on all of this. You know, like I said, err on the side of you know, less is more. Don't go overboard. Because you can imagine how you could do this all day, right? You could just keep going. We didn't do anything on this wheel back here. I want to do a little bit of color on these just so they don't stand as being perfectly desert yellow. I mean, even though they have chipping on them, put a little bit of color there. All right. Also a little on these. Didn't do a very good job of. I wasn't as messy as I was on the other side, so on the other side I accidentally got some color up here and it was enough. Here we want to rub some dirt color on these as well. And just put my finger over the face of that so that I get the hub of that guide wheel cleaned. All right, we did all that on this side. We just need to come in and do the ear teeth on the drive wheel. Magic copy pencil to the rescue. Bingo. Looks good. And again, you can kind of, if you've got some chips that you want to handle on the hub areas or whatever you want to do here. Go nuts. A lot of times the first one of these you do, you'll go way overboard. It'll be worth it. You'll have fun. Don't stop because I said so. Have fun. Just realize that you can. I got a little bit too much on that, didn't I? That's a tricky one right there, huh? All right. So I got some graphite right in there. And this is, you know, because I was doing the edge of the drive wheel. So I got some graphite on this wheel real quick. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to take the weathering brush, because the easiest way with the tools I have sitting right in front of me is to cover that with dirt. Because you're never going to get all of the graphite off sitting here before rubbing the paint off, right? It will come off naturally over time if you're not careful. But just sitting here, that graphite would not, I couldn't rub that off with my finger without dragging the paint off. So we just put some dirt on there. It was never there. It's fine. It's fine. We caught it. It's good. It's good. Bingo. Got dirt in the tracks, dirt in the road wheels, dirt in the sub chassis in there on the side of the hull. Right? We could put dirt all over the place. We could do dirt all over the back of the tank. We could go as far as you want, but I'm just going to stay there. I just kind of want the tracks and everything to give us a really good feel for, you know, a battle ready tank. Not fresh off the line, but also not so damaged that, you know, I see some people's tanks look like, oh my God, right? You'll see like the Dreadnought that looks like, holy hell, how is that thing still walking? Which can be a cool story, but if you do a whole army that's weathered like that, sometimes it's overboard, right? Like one of them might be cool. Like that's the commander's tank and he's always leading from the front and it's just beat up. Makes sense, but keep the other tanks at varied levels of blowed ups or kind of thing. Yes. Yes, I feel like that's one of the biggest things we teach here, Banff. Gamer Dad, The medium is our medium, and yes, it is a new, it's the September 19, so here just this last month of our matte medium. This is our, it's more than sample, it might only be sample number 2, but I feel like it's more than sample number 2. But he writes it on there, so maybe it is. Just sample number 2. The first medium, so what we're doing is we're going to offer our matte medium, which is basically the base component for our paints, as close to what actually comes in our paints without giving up the farm, if you get my drift. We're not going to give up exactly what's in the paints. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Right? So we want to make it hard for people to figure out what our medium is doing. But yeah, you'll see that. It'll be available. As far as the medium goes, it may release, stuff like that may release outside of normal paint expansions because we consider those to be kind of just, one-offs. We put the metallic medium in with the normal paint expansions because it's a very, very bright silver as well. It's a good highlight color by itself. But for things that are just mediums that aren't true paints, you're not going to use the medium for anything other than doing like what we did here or mixing your own colors. And so for things like that, you'll probably just find those as onesies and twosies, interspersed out. We've got a flow improver that we're working on. We've got a thinner that we're working on. We've got that matte medium. The matte medium would be a great glaze medium. So it's an all-purpose medium. You won't find us releasing like a glaze medium. You're going to see our matte medium. And that matte medium is going to be able to do glaze, create filters out of it, you won't really create a wash out of it, but it can be the first step of creating a wash. You could take the matte medium and our flow improver and mix them together to make a wash. So we've got a lot of those kind of technical things coming together. But I dread saying technical paints because GW's kind of warped that. And now technical paints are things like washes and base paints and things like that. So, but the true kind of, I don't know what you call them. Whatever. Non-paint paints kind of a thing. But we do. We have a lot of new colors. If you haven't been around, I'll show them off right now. I'll show them off right now. We've got a lot of colors coming out. We've got, I'll just pull them as I see them here. We got this. We got that color. We got this color. We got this color. This color's still being worked on. I did not approve that, so that probably won't hit the release, but it's coming soon. We got this color. Some really bright colors. Some people have laughed. They're like, what are you making your gumball colors? These are amazing colors. They are bright and vibrant, but they're not just for, painting clown suits, right? These are really good tints for other colors that we have. So like this is basically bright pale green. And this is a great tint for all of your greens. It's also just a great highlight color by itself. And I can see a lot of people wanting to use this as a color on models for glowing effects and things like that. But what we're doing with this next expansion is delivering a good set of tints. If in artistic terms, you have tints, tones, and shades. Tints are usually what you get when you brighten a color using white. Tones are when you use grays and you desaturate a little bit, but you kind of stay on value. And then shades are obviously using darker colors to drag it down in value and also desaturate it. What these colors allow you to do is, like with the bright pale green, if you wanted to highlight a green, you're going to be able to use this color to a dark green, get a brighter color, but not shift it away from the hue that it was. You'll keep it centered on green, but still be able to brighten it up. So it won't desaturate it as much as adding white or bright gray would. So not only are they fantastic colors, but they're also great for that. This color is absolutely freaking fantastic. Pale yellow, amazing. Absolutely amazing color. Burnt sienna, where are you? Burnt sienna, great color. This is the color that we've been using to do all of the rust on these guys. So I knock it down to like a very thin filter, and I've been daubing it on as rust over my chipping. Let's see, what else do we got? What else? What is this? I feel like that's something. That's not approved. Can't show you that. That hasn't been approved. I can't show you that because that's already out. This one, black green. Black green, fantastic, super dark green, right? Kind of like what would you call it? Like a forest green, I guess. Right? Pretty spot on, but just a super dark green. It's been great. I've been playing around with it and basing like, I don't have it out here, but I got to show you guys. Those of you that weren't around, I painted a 15 millimeter model, right? You're like, what are you doing, Fuse? You're doing all the things you said you'd never do, right? But I've been playing around with all these new paints that we've got coming out. I have to paint with them in order to approve them so that we can sell them to you guys. And I've just so happened to have chosen my World War II style stuff. Not that these colors are specifically World War II colors that we're coming out with. Obviously, they didn't use a lot of bright pale green in World War II. But the colors themselves are really awesome. And why can't I find the thing I want to show you? Where are you, little stand of dudes? Freaking Flames of War is so small I can't even find what I want to... Are you kidding me? Somebody call the doctor. I'm just talking to myself and none of it makes any sense. They're not right there. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, not right there. Oh, they are right here. Ta-da! So I used the dark green when I was painting these guys. So I'm losing my mind, right? I'm doing all the crazy stuff. We painted 15 millimeter Germans. Ta-da! Achtung! Wir are smaller than you! So the dark green was the base for these guys all around, and then I just used the bright pale green to highlight the dark green, actually. That and a little bit of yellow ochre, and was able to paint these guys basically using the dark black green, right, on everything with just a little bit of color shift into some other colors. Let's see if I focus for us again. A lot going on there. So these are my Flames of War Germans. So ta-da, I'm going nuts. I'm painting small stuff, which I said I'd never do again, but we're doing it. We're doing it. So, baby, you out there? Am I missing something? I feel like I'm not showing all this stuff. But maybe I am. This color's not approved. These are, and there's another one. What am I missing? Oh, blue-black. Right? Blue-black. Which is an amazing color. That's the color that's on the road wheels. It was literally just black and then the blue-black over the top of it, like here. Right? So it's a great way to do rubber. That's all this is. It's just a base coat of black and then the blue-black over the top. So for black armor, rubber road wheels, tires, all that stuff, call it tire black. It's an amazing color. That's great. That's the 6 that we've approved. So the next expansion may only be the 6 colors depending on how we do with getting the turquoise. The turquoise needs a little bit more green in it, but this is kind of close. This just looks like bright blue. It's not like that, but it needs a little bit more green in it, and we'll have a turquoise color that's coming out. We've got a khaki color that we're working on. We've got a really cool blood under the skin color that we're working on, and we've got a really cool leather brown, like a kind of a yellowish beastie brown kind of a color that we're working on, yellow orangey brown that we're working on as well. So, but none of those have been approved yet. Unfortunately, all of those got shoved to the side because the initial batch, the coloring wasn't to my liking. So I had to say no. I said no. So those colors won't be around this time, but we're going to try to push out those 6 towards the end of this year. No calendar on that one yet, or Jen will kill me. So hold tight. We'll have more info. You're just going to have to watch me paint with them for a while. The funny thing on this batch is that some of the colors that were wrong are really cool colors that I've been using to paint with. So they may come out later, right? I just haven't decided yet. Some of them are like very close to colors that we already have, but they're shifted just enough to be useful, but I don't know that we'll release them. So you might have to get mad at me because you might see me using colors that will never be released. I have to have some benefits to doing this job all the time. It's a thankless job that we do. We have to have some benefits. You've been working hardcore at the office, Gamer Dad? That's awesome, man. I hope things are going well. Dealer of Death, what's going on? You wish you had a little bit more money to spend when I was there because TT Combat was there and you would have loved to have gotten some of their terrain for Infinity. Yeah, TT Combat makes some cool stuff. Oh, show. So in airbrushing, asked GamerDad, could you take one of those brighter tints there to mix with the base color of the armor to possibly airbrush some brighter spots? Is that what you mean? Well, tinting a color just means making a brighter version of the same color. So yes, so like in painting this, I've been with the desert yellow color that I'm painting all these guys, which was the late war German color, Dunkelgelb, dark yellow. Right, is what tanks came out of the factory in Germany in late mid to late World War II, they shifted away from the German gray, the Panzer gray color, into just doing everything yellow. And then later in the war, that even they ran out of paint, ran out of resources, and they became just red primer sometimes. But to get this yellow, we don't have this yellow color. So you can imagine taking the yellow ochre, right? Boom. And so I take yellow ochre to get this, and I mix it with black brown. Boom. So 50-50 black brown and yellow ochre gives me desert yellow. So I mixed it up and I put it in a bottle. Boom. So now I have this. So now here's this color, but because it's a mixed color, what do I do to get brighter? Like you might get lucky and find that golden brown is a good highlight for it, but it's almost too bright, right? Going from the base to golden brown is too big of a jump. So what you want is to tint this to make it a little bit brighter, but stay on this color, right? So you're not always going and grabbing another color. I could take olive flesh, right? Olive flesh, I could take ivory. Olive flesh would be a good mixer for this because it's a great tint color that's still kind of on hue, on center for this hue. Not exactly, but the olive flesh has a good yellowish component to it that would make this not shift into being too dull. You can get things that pastel out. If you add white to a color, it desaturates, and it means that it takes away the base color, drags it down a little bit, still brightens it, but it's pushing it towards white. This, because you picked olive flesh or an ivory or something that had a little bit of yellow or green to it, then as you brighten this, you keep it on hue. You don't drag all the yellow or the brown out of it because the color you're brightening it with is also yellowish brown, just a very bright version of that, right? So that's what I mean when I say you use it to tint. So you can imagine, like, you could even take the pale yellow, right, and use this to brighten up this color here. And you would get a brighter version. This might be a little too aggressively yellow, and it might add more yellow to this than you really want, but this would be a good way to try. Right? And so you can brighten this up, stay on this general color, rather than, a lot of people just add white. Boom, white makes it brighter. But it also shifts away from your base color pretty dramatically because of the desaturation, and you can get some weird hue shifts happening that you don't really like. You can, especially if you use like red and you use white to tint your red becomes a pink that you don't like, and it looks like bubblegum. Trying to highlight red with bubblegum doesn't work. Use yellow ochre or a dull yellow to highlight red, to tint red, and you get a highlight that moves a little bit towards orange but stays red longer. Okay, so you can start highlighting with that. Add a little bit more. It starts getting oranger and oranger as you go, but the brighter you get and the more orange it shifts to, the less of that color you're actually using, so the bulk of the model looks red. So that's the mentality when brightening or darkening. And yes, you can do that through an airbrush as well. So hopefully that handles your question. Right, there's nothing, you can paint with it any way you paint. Off the brush, airbrush, finger paint, whatever. All works the same way. The one color reminds you of the old ice blue from way back with Citadel before the Lothern blue. Oh, like the turquoise? Yep. You got it. You did, Jen. You did. Blue black. I was like, there's a color here that I've been using the hell out of, and I can't remember what it is. Blue black is basically the color that I've used for all of these Fallschirmjäger, right? For the pants and the helmets. Right? So these guys, the pants is that blue black. It's just based blue black, then a coat of black transparent over the top to darken it up, and then dark warm gray kind of just used as a quick highlight over the top of that to take a little bit of the blue out. Because it was the blue black, if it's just by itself, can be a little bit too blue genie, right? And so I took a little bit of the gray to gray it out to give it kind of that German field gray kind of color. And then on the helmets, the same. But the helmets I didn't use as bright of a, or gray them out as much for the shine because I wanted the texture of the pants to be a little bit different than the helmet, right? So I've just been playing with all these colors. The burnt sienna is the color I'm using to highlight the patches of the dark red on here. So every one of these patches of camo that I'm doing, I have to go back and highlight each patch according to the model. Otherwise, the camo throws off the value of the model. So I'm having to highlight each of the mahogany patches with that burnt sienna, and it works really well. So I just got a little bit of bright splotch of burnt sienna in there. Right? So all these colors are coming together really well for these guys, even though they're not, we're not like model color where everything's called, it's DAK yellow or, German brown. It's just taking colors and being able to mix them and know when to desaturate, because for military things in general, we like to desaturate those colors. We don't want them super vibrant. Because for military stuff, it's never really pow green, right? Sometimes, but most of the time it's dull, right? Because it's trying to blend in. It's trying to not have lots of pop. So when you're painting more realistic military stuff, a lot of times it drags you out of your comfort zone for painting miniatures if you want that realism, right? Or a more realistic kind of view to it. Because you don't find the military wanting to be garish colored unless you go back to Napoleonics when they had every color under the sun and were really bright. And I don't know if they thought it scared the enemy to be dressed in pink, but whatever. That doesn't work anymore. Nobody's scared of you. They're more scared of not seeing you. Lady War, what is going on? Thank you for that. So you want to tone things down and not have as much pop. So you're not going for like bright edge highlights as much on military stuff. You notice that with the tank, we talked about how I actually did the edge brightening before I did the weathering so that I'm knocking that edge back down. I still do find some brighter edges sneaking out every now and then. You know, the top of the gun a little bit more so than the bottom. We still get that shading that we want. We get the values that we want. But the goal is to darken things. Dirt and grime and all of that. If you do all of your weathering first and then you try to go back and bright highlight that like we would a Space Marine, let's say, for the pop and that general, what we teach about that 3-foot rule, you want to see contrast on the table. If you do that with military stuff, a lot of times there's just that, that doesn't look right. And it's not because we're all military historians. It's not because I really know what color this tank was. I have no idea. I'm just shooting for it. I'm guessing, right? I'm not like that. I'm not a rivet counter. I don't care how close it is to reality. But I do want you to, when you look at this, feel like you could go in a junkyard and find a car that sort of looks this way. That it has components to it that make you feel the story I'm trying to tell. Doesn't mean it has to be realistic, right? I'm not the guy that's going to push you towards, using all the right decals and yada, yada, yada. I didn't even put any numbering on these tanks. But you want to feel like when you look at it, it doesn't cause your brain to flip upside down and go, there's something wrong. I don't know what it is, but there's something that's not right. And so when you push into a world of more realistic storytelling, you need to also then alter some of those things that we do normally, like bright highlights and edge highlights and things like that, and tone them down and desaturate your colors a little bit so that all of it fits together. It's not saying you can't break those rules. We were talking about this today in our staff meeting, is that, we always say on stream, you got to know the rules and be able to play by the rules before breaking the rules has any relevance. And so just kind of know what you would expect from it. And then if you twist that on its head a little bit, you'll be smarter about doing it in a way that the viewer of the model understands. And it doesn't go, wow, that wouldn't be that way or whatever, right? So you can play around with it a little bit more. You're specifically talking about the airbrush technique where you come back in with a brighter version of the armor color to hit the higher spots, like some of the curve of the shoulder pads or Space Marine or Security. Yeah, same thing. Mixing the new brighter colors would help with that. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just highlighting. So that's what I meant, is that whether you're doing it with a brush or an airbrush, that's exactly what you want to do. And more times than not, rather than looking for, and sometimes it's easy, right? Like I can take our blue, and then I can take our sky blue, right? And then I can take, like a little bit of white and add it to the sky blue. And I could go blue, I could go dark blue, right? Blue, sky blue. And there we have a really good trio. So I could airbrush dark blue, then blue, and then sky blue. And I don't have to tint or mix or do anything. Sometimes you just have the right 3 colors that stay on hue and look good as highlights and shades for one another. If you've got that one color that you're trying to paint where you don't have 3 or 4 versions of it, then taking a brighter color, mixing it in one little spot of paint at a time can move you through lots of values of that same color. You just have to be careful what color you add in. Like I said, if you take white and put it into red, you get pink immediately. There is not a whole lot of staging between red and white that don't include pink. It just happens because white desaturates it and pulls out so much of the red and pushes it into the white immediately. Black, the same way. If you use black as a shader, black desaturates colors and gives you more gray immediately. So if you put black into red, you lose a lot of the red immediately, but you get darker. But it's going to maybe look funny up against the red by itself. And so instead you might use brown because red has components of brown and vice versa that mix well together. So the richness of the brown is going to leave more of the red there for longer. So as you go between colors, that red exists for a longer period of time before going to gray or something. But it also gets darker because brown inherently has a darker value. So that's all I'm saying. Think about the color that you're adding to brighten, to dull, to desaturate, and to darken a color with that tint, tone, and shade in mind. And you'll very rarely see me use whites and blacks for that. You'll see me use dark purples for shading, dark browns for shading. Those are probably my two favorites that take the place of black. I might put a spot of black in the purple or the brown to darken it up even more, but I very rarely use black by itself unless it's, you know, a gray that I'm trying to darken up. Then black makes sense because those two share those components, those very neutral components. You don't really desaturate black or gray. They're already desaturated. They have no color to them, right? No vibrancy. But yellows, I tend to use ivories and olive skin tones, things that have a little bit of a yellow component to them to keep the color warm and not take it to that pastel nature too quick like white will. Reds, like I said, I use yellows. And in specific for reds, I use like yellow ochres, not bright yellows. I wouldn't use a yellow like this to highlight red unless I was doing fire, right? I would use yellow ochre, right? And this will push that red, keep it warm, keep it red, but still brighten it up. And then you could use, you know, like a golden brown to push it the rest of the way, right? So it's just taking into consideration those little things that can help so much as you're changing a color. Now for blues, whites work really well for blues, but also bright grays work really well. Generally, the only time I use white to brighten a color, it'll be grays or blues, right? Core Mechanical, 5 months. Thank you so much. What is going on? But yeah, that's really tone and shade. I mean, let's pull out some palette paper real quick, just so. I mean, is this helping? Has everybody got it, and now I'm just talking uselessly, or does this help enough that I should probably show you some more? You want to see it in practice, so I'm not just yapping, right? Down my desk light a little bit here. Synthetic Gate says keep going. Okay, well, if this is helping, I don't mind. This is what Thursdays are for. Our Thursday show, even though we haven't streamed for 2 weeks because we've been out of town. And thank you guys for coming and hanging out with us, by the way. This is what Thursdays are for. And it's really what every day we do. I don't really ever turn the stream on going, leave me alone, this is what we're doing. You know, so never feel bad about interrupting. If there's something that I'm talking about that's discussing color theory or a mechanic or a technique that I'm doing, and you say, oh my God, you know, what was that you just did again? Always type it in chat. Just make sure you always go at CreatureCaster Slowfuse or at CreatureCaster Gentastic so that it pings us and lets us know that you have a question. If I've missed it as it's flown by in chat, I apologize. But that's what we're here for. You know, and so always ask. If you see me doing something, sometimes I'm in a whole painting and I'm like, oh, do the thing, puts the paint on the model, and I forget to tell you every step that I've done. And there might be something that I do that you're like, wow, what was that? Always ask. I'm never opposed to going back and showing you. So don't feel like you're wasting time. As long as everybody feels like I'm not just old man yapping here, we can do this. So let's take some red, because we've been talking about red. And red is one of the like key colors that everybody has such a hard time highlighting. Right, so put a little red out. Also, our caps, our paints. I've been answering a lot of emails lately. People are like, what do I do with the paint on the end of the cap? If you just saw me, you twist our paint caps open like a glue bottle. You don't take the cap off, right? You open it up, paint comes out. You close it down, and when you close it down, there'll be a little bit of paint there. You saw how I wiped that little paint droplet off on the palette. It's more paint to use, so you don't, and it also alleviates the mess, okay? So now we got some red. Bam, red. If I take white, so we take some white. Right. Is this part something you can highlight in the stream after and extract to YouTube? Yeah, probably. Yeah. We don't do enough of that because I'm a lazy bastard. And then let's take some yellow ochre. Okay. So if we go in here, let's get a little bit of water. Let me put my eyes back on. Just want a damp brush. I don't want a lot of water. I'm not trying to thin it, but, right? So if I take a little bit of red and put it over here in my white, right, you'll notice that I get, you know, like a lipstick pink very quick, right? Bam. Clean my brush. Take a little bit of red, put it over here in the yellow. and I get a brighter red, but now I'm on hue, right? Same mixture, but look at the difference, right? And then as I pull more, I mean, you can imagine what's going to happen here because you've already seen the big part. White just drags hue out of a color and pushes it into white abruptly, right? So we get super pale bubblegum pink, right? And over here, right, we keep pushing towards orange, right? So you can see how this will lead you down a better path for red highlights, right? And this will get you to something garish pretty quick. Not that you can't still use this. We show you how you can use red and highlight up into pink like this, and then also take the red back, right, and water it down like glaze style. So if I get a bunch of water here, take this red, thin it way down, right, and then this is going to suck because this paint's probably still wet. But if I take that, then I can, yeah, it's still too wet. But I can glaze the red back over that, right? Basically take a bunch of this very thin red and glaze it over the top of this pink, and I'll get back to a reddish color. But it's an extra step that you don't necessarily have to use if you go this direction instead. Okay? Now for things like greens. Right? If I take my green, let's take some of this white, peel it off of there. Right? So again, that's a good highlight color, but it stripped a lot of the green back, and it might go too much, too quick. Whereas if I take this bright pale green, right, I can get a value that goes up again, but keeps more of my green in check. The white drug a bunch of the green out, and that wasn't near as much white as I used over here with the pale green. So when you're using an on hue tint, you'll wind up using more paint. You put just a little bit of white into this green and it desaturated it super quick. We've put more green, more of this pale green over here, and we'll never get to that same desaturation because we're adding a little bit of green to it each time, right? So see how much more of that green is still left in this one on the right versus the one on the left with the white? Both of them work, but when you see this one, you're like, that's more what I want. This makes more sense than this. Right? This desaturates, goes too much more neutral, loses a lot of the key component of the color as you add whites, versus this that still has some warmth to it, still brings out the kind of yellowish component that you see when green actually highlights. Right? So very rarely will we use pure white or pure black. So let's talk about black for a second. Right? With this green, let's put a little bit of black out here. Versus brown. Why is that there? And I'm just going to use dark umber. Okay. So I take a little bit of the green, of the black, right? I get a nice dark green that would work pretty well, but it started moving towards grays and blacks. It drug a lot of that color out. Take a little bit of the brown though. Again, I'm going to have to use more colors to mix these. And the brown is a little bit more vibrant than the black anyway. I probably should have used black brown, right? But I get a darker green here, but notice how much more of the green component still lives in there because the brown works a lot better with it than up here with the black that starts graying out, right? If I'm fair, we add more green to this because the black was super dark, right? we still get more of a grayish green versus the brownish green down here. So you have a choice, right? But this starts to steal from your color, and this accentuates your color and gives you much more of a natural flow for most things. Now, again, depending on what you're painting, this might actually fit your needs better, right? You might want these desaturated colors depending on what you're trying to tell versus these warmer colors that integrate with the green a little bit better. Hopefully that helps. That's tint. We didn't really do tone. Tone is gray. Take a neutral gray. Tone is what you want to do when you want to stay on value. You don't really want to darken or brighten your color, right? But you want to desaturate it. You want to, and when we paint in 2 dimensions, generally things that fall into the background, you start to tone, right? They might not be so far into the background that you want to darken them up real dark, right? Because you want layers. So you've got a foreground picture, then you've got something that's in the half backdrop. It's in between the furthest component and the closest component. You don't necessarily want to darken it up too much, but you don't want the colors to be so vibrant. But, you know, if you've got a guy in green army fatigues up front, that green is going to be as rich as whatever you choose. If you've got a guy in green army fatigues at the very far background, it's going to be so desaturated and dark because it's maybe in shadow that you don't really register the green as much. So maybe you add the black to it and shade it that way. But if you want to catch something in the midground, the middle area in between, grays do really well for that, right? So you'll take the gray and the green, right? And very quick, you've got something that isn't much brighter, isn't much darker than the base green we started with, but it kind of gets cloudy, right? See, so we can start using that gray to desaturate it. We strip the green out of it, but it stays on value. So you've got darker, you got brighter, and then you've got mid, but just stripping some of the green. So you don't find me talking about toning much because our objects that we're painting are already 3-dimensional. There's not really a need for it much. It's still a good way to create new colors, right? It's just it doesn't get you darker, it doesn't get you lighter, right? If you're going to use a dark gray to shade, then you're creating a shade. But what you're starting with is a gray that's kind of on value with the color you're using, and you mix those and it desaturates the color and throws it a little bit into the background, just not all the way. But since we're not painting in 2D, having to recreate volumes like that, our models already have background and foreground built into them in 3 dimensions. We don't do this much. But it's still a good way to create color, right? It's just you're not using it in terms of tint, tone, and shade the way your brain wants to think of it. So hopefully that helps. Midground, yeah, did I say that? I don't remember. Stupid wording. So hopefully everybody that helps a little bit. Obviously, there's a lot more that you can go into with that. There's a lot more structure to it. People that are formally trained in art, which I'm not, probably could teach you even more about it. But for what we do, that's, you know, about 99.9% of what you're going to care about with regards to painting in 3 dimensions on models, right? And why we do what we do. It also, just by using those simple tint, tone, and shade kind of rules, if you want to call them rules, will help broaden your paint range immediately. If you're sitting out there and you only have 24 colors of paint, I just showed you how you now have 124 colors of paint, because you can take those dark browns, those dark purples, those other colors, and start playing with some of the colors you like and see what shade you get out of it. And you can use, like, your favorite blue can now be used in a lot of different ways. So not every model that you paint blue looks the same, because on one of them you might use brown to shade your blue. It's going to give you a real dirty dark blue. And then on another one you might use purple to shade your blue, which is going to give it more of a clean, color shifting, iridescent blue feel. But you use the same blue as a starter point. So it might be your favorite, most comfortable blue, or the only blue you have. Now you can use it on different models to create different effects without having to go buy new paints, right? It's kind of the way our whole paint line is built. We have very good core component colors in the Pro Acryl line, and then we are teaching people how to use our colors because they mix so well, they work so well together, that every color is now worth 10 times as much, because you can slight shift it with this knowledge. And so you probably won't ever see our range have 300 colors in it. We don't believe that's a necessity, but we'll have like 96 core colors that you'll really use a lot. And some of them will be close. We'll have some blues that'll be close, some greens that'll be close, because it's helpful. But if you just take this little bit of knowledge, now you can turn your color palette and range out, worlds. I mean, remember that in both print and in light, both additive and subtractive color theory, you basically start with 3 or 4 color components, and it makes millions of colors. So you can think about your paint collection being that way too. Now, I'm not saying you want to all do everything as I have cyan, magenta, and yellow, and black and white, and now I'm a pro. Yeah, you can do that. It's a lot simpler with the with the world we live in to just buy some colors that make it easier for you. But there are some core colors, like about 48 to 50 core colors that if you have those paints, there's nothing you can't do. And then everything else is just being lazy, which is not a bad thing. It's just ease of comfort and ease of what would we call them? Just life enhancements to have all those other colors, because they keep you from mixing and having to find that color on your palette and it drying up and going back to it and such. So. Yep, exactly, LT. That's what I mean. CMYK is subtractive, right? So when we talk about color theory, there's additive and subtractive. Light is additive, or pigment is subtractive, right? I think I got that right. Again, I'm not formally trained, but these are just the things that you pick up. Subtractive because when you mix pigments, certain pigments overtake other ones, and the pigment that gets overtaken doesn't reflect as much light, so you're subtracting it from the equation and only seeing what's left. In light, in the RGB world of projection, television, and all of that, in light it's additive, meaning that as you add one wavelength to another, you get a third color. That's not how pigments work. It may seem like that, but that's not how it works. Any news on Expansion 3 Repray? Well, I showed off the colors. We don't have a timing on it, no. I don't want to get slapped down soon-ish. Assuming that there's no hang-ups before end of year, right? Whether they hit for like Black Friday kind of stuff, I have no guarantees. I has no guarantees. Our wish would be to have them for Black Friday this next month. But we changed our bottle type. If you didn't see, our bottle style is changing. We haven't talked about it a whole lot. This is the new bottle. It doesn't have a clear. It's black like our current one, right? So here's the old bottle. The old bottle's a little bit taller, right? Not by much, millimeter or so. But the big thing is volume of the bottles. You're now going to get 22 millimeters at minimum of our paint will be 22 mil in the bottle. And the current per bottle price at retail without discounts and bundling is $3.75. These are going to go up to $4. So for a quarter more, you're going to get 30% more paint, right? Because these are 17 mil. So close to 30% more paint in these, or 20% more paint, or whatever that winds up being, right? So, because you're getting 5 mil, yeah, roughly 30% more paint for a quarter. And we'll still have all the bundle pricing. But because we sell most of our paint online, we just feel like we want to give you more paint. Our goal initially was to give you closer to 20 mil. We've been able to now shoot it up to 22. It does mean, however, that these won't fit in the paint racks anymore. So we'll have a new paint rack coming out. And don't fear, if you've bought a lot of our dropper racks and you have a lot of our paint, we will have a deal for you when we come out with a new rack, a way to upgrade without, we're not going to take yours back, but there'll be a cheap way for you guys to get the new racks if you want. So. No more Vallejo paint shelves. Yeah, that's the thing. We understand that it is going to change that, but we will make it easy. If you own our paint racks and we can go back and see where you bought them from us, then we'll cut you a really good deal on the new paint racks when they come out for sure. But the colors are all finalized and look good, Repray? Yeah, not all the colors, but we've just decided we're going to go with what works now rather than extend the timeline, because a couple of the colors are being a little fitful to get the way I want them. I'm being very picky. And so we've just decided to push those to the side. So we've got a guaranteed 6 colors coming out in the expansion, and then it might go up a little bit from there. The blue-black, right? Basically the tire black kind of color. The pale yellow. The bright pale green. The black green. And burnt sienna. What was the other one? The gray blue. We have dark gray blue. This is just gray blue. The gray blue is really good. And is that it? 3, 6. That's it. Those are the ones that I've approved so far. Right. We've got some other things that we're working on. The turquoise, the blood-ish color. I don't want to call it blood. It's actually going to be called pale rose. Is that it? Faded rose? I forget what it is. It's a blood under the skin color. I forget what we named it. I already made all the labels for them. But we got to do a little bit more work on some of the other colors. I wasn't happy with them. I hate when that's the answer, right? I get all excited, and then I pour a color out, and I'm like, that's not right at all. And it bums you out. These are bolt-action miniatures. 20 millimeter World War II, well, and a Flames of War base. And one random 15 millimeter dude, or bunch of dudes. But yeah, these are all of the bolt-action models that I've been doing. I'm doing German Fallschirmjäger. So I've been painting these little dudes up. We did the dirt in the tracks. If you're just joining us, I showed you during the early part of the video today how to use our matte medium along with raw pigment to do dirt effects in the tracks. You can see all of the grit and grime dirt effect that we've got in there in the hubs of the wheels and on the inside of the track, and in between the track rails here. We're doing kind of dry earth Western Europe, so it's not mud. We didn't go too far overboard, but we've done that. So we showed you how to do that today. We've done a little bit with a graphite pencil, showing you how to bring out, the kind of bare metal sheen on edges where you've got scrapes and stuff. All that was done with the 4B graphite pencil. This is just something you go rob off of a school child in your neighborhood. Was that my outside voice? Anyway, yeah, we've talked a lot about how to distract young children who go to elementary school who have pencils. We should probably cut that from the VOD just so we don't wind up on another list. But yeah, so we've been focused mainly on weathering for the tanks, and we'll probably continue because all of the medium stuff is dry now. But I did this guy, got him painted up mostly at Valhalla last week when Jen and I were at Valhalla in the fall with Wargamer Girl. We did a lot of work on just getting the base coats done. I got to play some games of bolt action, but these are how the guys are going to all look. And I'm very, very happy with them. I've been able to do quite a bit of detail on these little miniatures, right? Because they're small. As I was painting them, I wasn't really thinking about the fact that, oh yes, 20 millimeter is not 28 millimeter. So, right? Hey, what are you doing here? You're cute. Anyway, this is what I do when the cameras aren't on. Sorry. That is Jen. That is Space Marine Jen. That is Chapter Master Jen, right? Of the Fighting Unicorns. We got her. We didn't ever really finish. We got to base her and do some details. I want to do the plasma coil and do some OSL glow on it. We never really had a chance to do that yet, but that'll happen one day. The Chapter Mistress. Proper skate, right? Like, this is what GW should have done, how everything else in the Space Marine world should have been, right? This should have been Guard versus Space Marines. I agree with you 100%. If everything in GW that was humanoid was 20 mil and Space Marines stayed like Primaris, this would be fantastic. But it ain't. So, and they're not going to change that because they can't charge you $60 for 5 of these dudes. Nobody would pay it. Galactic unicorns. That's right, galactic unicorns, not the fighting unicorns. Jen's a lover, not a fighter. Kids don't use pencils anymore. I know. Damn it. I'm showing my age. Because what we're going to have is a whole stream full of viewers that go and try to beat up kids in their neighborhood or distract kids in their neighborhood and steal their pencils. And they're all going to get like Mont Blanc pens, right? Which value for effort, efficiency in action, I feel like the pens are a better deal, but they're not going to work on the models, right? So everybody's going to be bummed on the one hand, but hey, I got some pins I can sell on the other hand. So I'm not saying it's a bad gig to still do it, but I feel like pencils would have been better. Honestly, at the end of the day, pencils would have been better. Technology and progress are not always a good thing. Is the upgrade a drill bit to bore out the holes? No, you bastage. Well, just because if you bored out the holes, the whole thing would fall apart, unfortunately. They're that much bigger. Do the new bottles fit in the go bag foam? Yes, they sure do. This is go bag foam that we use in the storage trays on the desk, right? So the tray holder, right? So the monument tray holder that goes into our rack system, right? Just holds your paint tray. Boom. I mean, if you have a go bag, this is literally the best thing ever, right? Because the tray goes in the bag, right? And then the bag goes to wherever you're painting, and then you come out and you take the tray out of the bag and it goes in the rack. And that's my paint storage. And I'm about to put another one right here. I've got to rearrange because now that we've got enough paints, my other tray is filled with all of the tester bottles, right? So even the big test bottles that we have fit in those holes. Right? But I'm going to put another tray right here. But yeah, they fit. This is the new bottle. Bingo. The old bottles were loose. These holes we made so that everything fits, right? Larger bottles, the GW stuff fits in there. The Vallejo, the 40 mils. The 40 mils you kind of got to twist as they go in, but the 40 mil Vallejo stuff fits in there, right? And everything fits in next to it without it squishing everything to death. So, yeah, everything's in there. And you can see, like, our new bottle is not quite as big. It's probably 1.5 millimeters narrower than the GW. I don't know if you guys can tell that, but it's not quite as round as that, but it's taller. So yeah, they fit in the go bag foam just fine. The only thing they don't fit in, like I said, is the paint racks. And we knew that was going to have to be a concession we were willing to make because there's only a couple ways you can get more paint into a bottle. Since we haven't found the portable black hole that goes in bottle size yet, they either have to get taller or wider. So we chose wider instead of taller. So there you go. So there you go. Yeah, Metal God, anywhere that you've got that has that GW style hole in it, they fit fine in all of those too. A bag of holding. Exactly. Exactly. 10 dude squad with a bazillion little doodads to attach to them, $70. One lieutenant dude with no extras doodads, $30. That's true. That's true, Repray. I don't ever understand the logic. I always try to assume with my purchasing kind of habits that nobody would buy that ever, and then I watch people buy them by the billions. So that's good. It's good. Speaking, okay, it says you would feel inadequate if the school kids had Mont Blanc pins. T. Schmidt caught it. I was like, you're going to get a Mont Blanc. You can sell the pin for like $50, right? I can just see a bunch of our viewers on street corners with a jacket going, psst, hey, you, over there, want to buy a pin? So go distract kids in the rich neighborhoods and get Mont Blancs. I feel like it's probably, I've watched, like, I know that, like, Bruce Wayne, right? Go find where Bruce Wayne lives. Preferably before he becomes Batman. Because he might kick your butt if you try to take his Mont Blanc once he's Batman. Just saying. It's all about tablets now. They have tablets in school? Oh, I'm so old. What the hell? I remember you telling me that now. The last school Jen worked at, she talked about how the kids all had their tablets open. And no, that's not, I don't find that to be cool at all. Give them pencils and ruled college notebook paper again. And that's all you get. You may get a ruler, but you don't get a calculator. You dingalings. Slinging Paint says he got arrested because of us and didn't even get the pencils. You, sir, are doing it wrong. I'm just saying, I'm giving good instructions here. This is good life, bad life. This is Change Your Life Advice Thursday. I guarantee that everything I tell you to do, if you follow it to the letter of how I tell you, will change your life. Guaranteed. It will change your life. And if you've been here long enough, you know the little asterisk at the bottom of the screen and the dude that reads real fast? It says we don't know if it'll change it for the better or for the worse, but change is guaranteed. So I just want to make that clear for anybody that's new here. Follow my instructions, change your life. I can guarantee that. You need that set up in Canada ASAP. We've got it worked out how we're going to be able to get racks and bags to Canada. Now it's just time. So we brought bag production back over to the States and MDF production back over to the States, and we're working with some really cool people, and we just have some logistical things to figure out, but we should be able to, by the new year, I'm hoping, cross fingers, that all of those problems are going to go away, and you'll find all the products in all the stores finally. We've been working hard to do it. It just takes a lot longer than... It's actually funny. A lot of the trade nonsense that's been going on has helped us. We had to talk about that on stream, a few weeks ago. about how the trade wars have actually helped us because we've been able to move around and bob and weave and find better outlets and not have to pay all the tariffs, which were going to kill us on the bags especially. The new Discovery box from Asset Drop came with AK interactive acrylic pencils. Cool. Some of the weathering pencils are really cool. We've thought about making weathering pencils, but that's my this world talking. So, it's hard to get comfortable with that type of world where you're using weathering pencils and oils and things like that because it is very different than what we do with acrylics and standard miniature painting. All of it's good, but I'm also a firm believer that most of what I do in like the scale model world with oil washes and, pencils and things like that can be achieved with acrylic paints, and that's what we normally deal with, right? Because we talked about some of the drawbacks. Remember, a lot of those things, those weathering pencils are not good for models you touch a lot because they don't take varnish very well. They change and alter their appearance if you varnish the model with a lacquer like we like to use. And if you don't varnish them, if you use them at the end like you would with a military scale model that I was doing in a diorama, because the diorama doesn't get all the stuff touched. It gets set up and it's like a photo or like a painting on the wall. It's a thing to look at, not to interact with. And so you can do a lot of things in the scale model world that don't translate well to models that we play with, right? So just remember that. Oil washes don't translate very well to models that you're going to put your hands on all the time because oil, in some cases, doesn't cure very well over long periods of time. You can still varnish it, but just be aware that if you watch a video on YouTube that shows doing the oil pen wash or the oil wash and then clean off at the end of the model like you do in doing tanks and things like that, where you've already done your varnish coat and then you do final details, if you follow those step by step and you get this really cool looking model and you take it out and put it on the table and you get your greasy hands on it after eating Cheetos all day and playing Warhammer, you get home and you notice all those effects are gone, right? It won't mess the model up, but a lot of what you did won't be visible anymore because you'll rub it off. Your hand oils will interact with all that stuff. Pencil, the graphite pencil that we've talked about here today. We can do the graphite if you're just tuning in or haven't been here since the beginning of the show. We use graphite pencil to give this sheen to the metallic on the machine gun, right? So it makes it look like shiny black machine gun. That was done with a pencil. That's it. It's black paint, pencil. That's it. Boom. Easy. But if you touch this a lot, all that goes away over time. So you just got to prepare yourself for that and act accordingly. And some things like the graphite don't take varnish very well, so you're better off sticking to the acrylic method that we talk about all the time. I like showing you new methods and things, but I also want to make sure that you don't think that these are the be-all, end-all. Sometimes what looks like a silver bullet is great in these cases. So you also have to learn and ask questions and try it out and see for yourself where it makes sense to use all these tools, right? A screwdriver can drive a nail in a pinch, but you're probably not going to use a screwdriver to drive all the nails when you're building a house, right? It's just not the right way to do it. So just think in terms of that. We show you a lot of tools. I will always try to be specific and tell you where these tools will work the best. It doesn't mean you can't use them everywhere. Just also be aware of what might happen when you do. Because the world of scale modeling was not meant to handle the model after the fact. Always remember that first thing. So if you watch a really cool weathering tutorial, remember that it was not meant to touch the model after it was done. They go on a shelf, they get stared at, they're pieces of art like sculptures, you don't play with them. So for what we do in gaming, we've altered it and used acrylics that are much tougher once they cure, that can be varnished, and the lacquer varnishes are much tougher. We're basically painting with plastic upon layer of plastic over layer of plastic over layer of plastic. And so we're building up strength on the model as we go so that you can play with them. And even then you rub paint off, especially like with metal models and stuff. So just be aware of those things. Your models spend much more time in a display case than on the table anyway. LT, exactly. So again, it's always know what you're going to be doing, right? If you just here to paint, then that's why we're showing you stuff like this, because these methods that we're showing you can be fan-freaking-tastic and give you great results quick, and enhance what you're used to doing in ways that you didn't understand. And if you're putting them in a display case, putting it on a mantle, giving it to a friend, awesome. Awesome. You need to steal your kids' pencils. If they're your kids, it's not really stealing, right? You probably bought them. Just saying. Unless your kids stole them, and then it's repurposing. We're going to use that term. Go around your neighborhood and repurpose school supplies for a higher moral interaction. I don't know how morality got brought into it, but I feel like when you're in a court of law, you just always take that. Just say, I was doing it for a higher moral thing, judge. Say that exactly, like, but with more confidence. You'll be fine. Oh, I feel like today's bad advice is top notch. Personally, I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like today's bad advice is top notch. Repray, you're confused. Do you need a base foundation to use a tray rack insert? All of the inserts require the foundation. So yes, he's asking about the racks that we just showed. So all of the foundation racks are built off of the same cube, right, which is in the back here. Right? If you can see, the base cube here is called the base foundation rack, and those base racks can be used with all of these inserts. So, but none of them come with the inserts. That's so that you can mix and match and change your setup without ever having to rebuy the foundation cube. So the cube has got slots on the front. You can put the bottle tray holder. You can put the paintbrush holder. You can put the this holder. You can put the tool holder in it. All of those inserts go into the same cube, but you buy however many cubes you want and then buy however many inserts you want. And that always allows you to come back and buy more inserts at lower cost than having to buy a whole new rack and change it out. So you could keep a lot of inserts and change your setup up and never have to redo the foundation level. Do you know what I mean? That's the way that works. Raymore, what made me want to play Flames of War? So I've always been really intrigued by the World War II games. I never got a chance to play them. I haven't ever really had a lot of people around me that were vocal about it, that I knew was going on. I realized here within the last like 6 months that one of the big Flames of War channels on YouTube called All Miniatures Great and Small is local to me. One of the big bolt action YouTube things called, I think, Tabletop CP is local to me. Local-ish. So there's a lot of that going on. It's just done in like garages and not at the game stores. But I've contacted these people. I ran into one of the All Miniatures Great and Small guys at the store the week before we left for Utah for the event there. And I spoke with them and I was like, hey, I'm really interested in playing with you guys or seeing what you're doing. They do a big tournament here called Shifting Sands that happens every year in February. So I'm going to go to that. I'm hoping that's not my first Flames of War game, but it might be. I don't think so. I think we're going to finally get games in with some of these guys that are big into it. But it's always World War II's always been kind of my primary realistic, war game fascination. I'm not into Napoleonics or anything older than World War II. World War One, I like reading about World War One, but I don't care about it on the table. The technology is too old. We get into like weird war, like steampunk, dust, or there's a new one out that's kind of World War One, weird war, but I don't remember what it's called. They're actually making a video game of it too. It's like a board game and a video game. I don't remember what it's called. But anyway, that stuff, when you add like walkers and things like that, then it makes World War One cool. Like trench warfare, mustard gas, and Martian invaders would be cool. World War II, I can handle it without all the weird stuff. I don't feel like I need it because the technology has gotten to where I enjoy it. I really like World War II tanks. I grew up building 35th scale and 72nd scale World War II ground models from infantry and building dioramas, and I got the amazing ability to work with Shepard Payne in classes as I was growing up. He's I would call him one of the world's best diorama builders ever. Published some really amazing books, and he would do classes, and I got the chance to sit into a couple of his classes as I was growing up. It was just a thing that I loved. I loved reading about World War II. I don't know why. I don't have really good answers. So I've always wanted to play the games that were about it. The rule sets are really good. Bolt action's great. Flames of War version 4 I really like. I haven't played the previous one, so I don't get mad about them. But also I would say, and I was talking to a guy at the store last night who was interested as I was painting. I was working on the tank and all of the camo for the Fallschirmjäger guys. And he was asking me about questions about the game, and I was telling him I was all pumped up, and I was getting him hyped about it. And I said, one of the biggest things for me is that this is one of the few games where every model you buy becomes very, very flexible because there are so many game sets, rule sets, that you can play with this guy, right? Like there's Chain of Command, Battleground, or what is it called? I forget. they're all so close. They're all battleground, grounds of battle, chain of command, commands of chains, all of that. But there's a ton, like probably a half a dozen rule sets that I can play this Fallschirmjäger army in. So it's not as limiting as other models that I spend my time painting. For me, efficiency and use is a big key because I don't have the time to paint a bunch of my own personal models, right? I have lots of armies that are like a quarter of the way painted because I just don't have the time to put forth the effort to put into it. Like my War Machine armies are all 25% painted. Because I then don't play that army every time I play War Machine. I play this one, and then I play that one, and then I play that one, but I don't have time to paint 8 armies. This army, I feel like for efficiency of action, I can paint this Fallschirmjäger army. Let's back out here. This on the table, these Fallschirmjäger, this stew, there's 4 more vehicles in this. Where are they? I don't have them. Yeah, there. Right. A Panzer IV that I got to paint. And a couple of trucks, right? And a Puma, right? So there's a truck that I use, right? So all of this would be my whole list. And I have one more truck that I got to build, right? So if I build that truck and this stuff, that's all I got. I think I have a Naval-Werfer, but I'd never use it now that I know how to play the game. And I play the game, I probably would never use it, right? This is my whole army. This goes in 2 trays, right? One deep tray for the vehicles and one troop tray. Right, that sits on top of here, that I don't know where it is. So 2 trays has an entire 1,500 points of an army, and then I have my Flames of War trays go in it. In the same small bag, I have two different miniature sets that can play. I mean, Flames of War can play a half a dozen rule sets. You can play the bolt action rules in 15 millimeter, so they're very flexible. So that really appeals to me. So I could rant about that all day long, but I really like the idea of, I paint this army and then I'm going to reproduce this army in 15 millimeter. Well, it's not Fallschirmjäger, it's standard Panzer Grenadier Germans, but Panzer Grenadiers, and the army is very similar. And then I can play a dozen different rule sets with those games. So if I've got buddies or people that want to get into it, but they're like, hey, I play Chain of Command, I don't really like bolt action. I'm like, I have an army, and I can put this army out on the field and play that game as well. So for me, I think that's a big key. It doesn't mean that's all I'm going to play. I still love War Machine, but I feel like if I'm going to put the effort into painting something, I could play these Germans anytime I want, and it works great. Right? LT. But LT, I don't have to spend $4,000 to have an army, is another thing we haven't talked about. Like, bolt action is very affordable. So if you're getting into miniature games, I feel like if you want to play a larger scale, well, I can't say larger scale. This is much smaller than a 40K game as far as model count, unless you're playing like Knights, right? Because I just have 2 full squads of Fallschirmjäger. They're veteran troops, so they're expensive in the game, not expensive to your pocketbook. But this is 1 box of troops, right? You get 1 box has 31 models in it generally, so you can build it. Generally, you can build 3 full squads, 3 full 10-man squads, or 2 10-mans, an 8-man, and a command squad is generally how it works out. And that's enough troops to handle pretty much any army, unless you're playing Russians, right? Which are like the Horde army. And but like the army box came with this tank, came with the half track that I'm not using, came with all of the weapons like the mortar, came with a field gun, like a 7.5 centimeter anti-tank gun, all the troops and all of the extra stuff, the command squad and everything for $139-ish. I think the most expensive 1,000-point army that they put out in pre-made box sets is like $150. I mean, yes, sign me up. As far as our hobby goes, that's fairly inexpensive. If you've compared things out there, it's Infinity, kind of pricing. Though I think Infinity is kind of like at the 150 level to start. You're probably going to really spend about $300 to $400 on Infinity to get all of the components to make your lists very flexible. With bolt action, you'd spend $150 to $200. I feel like maybe $250. So it's in that same kind of pricing. And you'd have an army that is super flexible. You can play it with tons of different rule sets from different companies. Not all under, like LT said, not all under like the GW brand, where yes, you can branch out and use your models in different ways, but to build that army is going to cost you a lot. So anyway, that's my story. Save money buying models so you can buy more Pro Acryl paints and storage rack. Now you got it. Now you got it. There's more important things than models out there, guys. Lando, you got Desert Rats, 8th Army, and SAS. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, the Special Air Service, like the SAS Jeeps, Desert Jeeps, and stuff like that are really cool. I have bolt action, some 8th Army Desert Rat stuff, but I don't have a lot of the tanks. This is all stuff from way back when. We've got British Commandos and Airborne that are built, so I could put out 1,000 points. My goal is to have a German and a British force of 1,000 points apiece, so that I can go, like next Wednesday when I go to the store, I'm going to take them both, although the British won't be painted. Take the German and the British and be able to play games with people at the store and show them the rule set, because I'm hooked on it. I think it's great. And it's very different from War Machine. So there are two games that I can play for different reasons. War Machine can be very competitive, very different focus on how you're list building and stuff. And this can be something where it can be like more rule of cool, and I think it's more of a level playing field. It's much harder in bolt action to bring something that I don't have an answer for, right? Because even if I just bring all troops and you bring a Tiger tank, I can make your Tiger tank irrelevant even if I can't destroy it on the table, basically, right? Not irrelevant, but you can handle things that look really big and scary better than I think in other games. So it's kind of cool. Flipia says, help, my compressor is busted and I'm coming up empty on how to find replacement parts. What compressor do you own? And I don't know that I can help you. Some of the models you've seen have not been great quality. Any opinion on this? Raymore, the models, because of the smaller scale, are definitely not as good of a quality, and I'm going to say that just bluntly, for the miniatures. The sculpts are what I would call a little bit more Gumby, a little softer. You know, I don't want to dissuade you, but they're a little softer, right? They're 20 mil. The details are a little softer. You know, they're like, I liken them to the old GW troop models, like the old Catechins, the old Imperial Guard, right? The old GW sculpts. They're just a little softer, right? The details aren't as crisp, you know. The faces are a little bit more Gumby, a little bit more, you know, because these are not like digital sculpts, right? These are all clay mastered sculpts. And, you know, but for what they are, I mean, that guy's awesome at 20 mil, right? I mean, if you take a little effort, and I'm painting these guys quick, right? But you put a little effort into them, they look great. And they look super great on the table, right? I'm not going to lie. I mean, I think they look great. And when you put together a squad of them, fantastic. They've got enough detail to get by. They've got character. You know, all of the faces, maybe like the metal ones, you know, they show their age a little bit with the sculpt, you know, and the fingers aren't crisp, but they have some character to them, you know. So I can dig them. I can get past the anatomy is correct-ish, right? They're still kind of heroic scale. The hands and the head are going to be a little bit bigger than they would be in real anatomy, but they're close enough to get you by. And they've got enough character to where when you put them down and you take a photo, they put you there, right? They tell stories, and you can have some cool movie style moments with them. So it's not like playing with plastic army men from the dollar store, right? The tanks on the vehicles on the other hand are fantastic. I mean, you know, we're doing, you know, fairly advanced style weathering techniques and stuff on this. This is a Warlord games. It's probably an Italarai kit, right? Because Warlord uses a bunch of the Italarai 148th. I think they're 148th, not 156. They might be 156. I don't remember. Right, but they use a lot of the 156 or 148 kits from Italarai. And so the details on the tank are great. Obviously, being a smaller scale, you know, all these components aren't separate, right? So like the tow hook is not going to come off and be put on and give you all the depth. It's sculpted into the fender, so you lose a little detail when you have that. You know, this box is sculpted into the fender, so you lose a little detail. You know, the shovel is part of the tank, so it, you know, you lose a little detail because it doesn't just, you know, have a you know, an area underneath it. It actually touches the fender in ways that aren't natural because it's molded as part of it. But, you know, I mean, I've still added stowage. They sell stowage things, so I've been able to put stowage on here and give it some personality. But of course, you paint it up, and I don't have any qualms with this tank at all. I feel like this is a really good model, and when put on the table with my, you know, my dudes, this army's going to look great. So I'm a fan. And that's been the case with all the models. I don't feel like there's any part of the range that I've seen that falters more than this, but there's also not any of the range in the details that's going to get better. Like, this is what you get. And they're very much about that. They're very much admit that they mean for their sculpts to be a little bit more basic, but have a lot of character. Each of the dudes has got, you know, different facial expressions and stuff. There's not a lot of repetition. I think it's fun. The connection was leaking, and when I went to disassemble, it sheared off. Okay, so hang on. Let me go back here says Masters compressor. Okay. So it's a Masters compressor. So it's a miniature style hobby compressor, right? The tank isn't connected to the compressor. Does it not have a tank? Bump, 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 bump. Almost Sean, yes. Yeah, so the stuff that we're looking at right now is for a game called Bolt Action. Or there's, like we were talking about, there's a bunch of other games, but this is a World War II, standard World War II. Now, the cool thing is, like, Warlord also makes a game called Conflict 47, and there's a game out there called Dust Tactics that take Weird War 2. So it's World War II with, like, mechs and ray guns and what would have happened if Germany really had UFO technology kind of stuff. It's fiction as the war went past 1945 and Hitler's alive or whatever, and they've got, higher technology, and the Americans had to make these, crazy mechs and stuff. And so this is what's so cool about building in this scale, is that this walker can be used, right? And so now all of a sudden I've painted my Germans, and I know this is British, right? I've got this painted up as 8th Army Desert Rats, right? So, but we've got this walker. This could be added, and now all of a sudden I can play Conflict 47. Right? But because Conflict 47 uses the base components for regular World War II and throws in weird technology. So now I just add a couple of models and I can play a sci-fi game, or a weird war game in and amongst all this stuff. So that's why I love these models. They just have so much that you can branch off into. I don't have any of the German weird war stuff. I only have the British. So let me go back to Philippia's compressor problem. It says the connection was leaking. What connection? Help me out here. The connection from the compressor to the hose, or the compression, or the connect. I'm assuming that's what it is. So you've got a connector that goes from your compressor to the hose. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about. So there's a nipple there, right? An 1/8 inch NPT nipple, if it's a standard hose, right? And not a barb. But either way, you've got a connection. And it says it was leaking, and when you went to unscrew it, it sheared off. Okay? So it had a bad O-ring, and you took it apart in a way that it didn't like. Where did it shear? Are the threads for the connection still buried in the compressor? Because you need a thread extractor if that's the case. I'm not going to have one here to show you because all that's in my shop, but we can draw it, right? Right? We have the knowledge. We just don't have the tools here to physically show you. Now, the key, though, is that a thread extractor is not a cheap tool. And if you go to home, or if you go to, Chinese Tools R Us, Harbor Freight, and buy a thread extractor kit, it is not guaranteed to work. Okay? So you would want to go to like Sears and get a Craftsman or wherever it is in your area of the world where you can get a good tool set. They're not cheap, right? So let me make sure I go through here. If the fitting threaded adapter is cracked, then you should be able to replace it. If the tank or pump itself is damaged, it's probably not economically fixable. That's true. I can if it's helpful. The threaded parts are fine, but the pieces on the left of the circled area are sheared apart. All right, so hang on. You gave me a link, which I don't normally open, but I will. Dang it. All right, so hang on. Let me bring up this thing. So it says, okay, this is a connection. Okay, so it does have a motor that goes from the tank with that deal, and the threaded part. Wait. Hang on a second, gang. Let me read this. Bad O-ring. You took it apart wrong. The fitting threaded adapter is cracked. Threaded parts are fine, but the pieces on the left of the circled area are sheared apart. So right, so the tube that connected the two things together broke because it's a solid tube, right? Hey, Black Wolf, what's going on? Right? M12, 1 1/4 female on one end, and M10, 1 male on the other. Just need insight on replacing the tube connection. Okay, so here's the deal. Let's turn down the light and I'll draw it out for you. Okay, so which it should still be NPT threading on those. It may not be. So the biggest case is going to be the thread. So you've got this housing up top that comes out of the motor, right? And it's got a thread and it's got this brick right-angled fitting on it, right? So you've got this fitting on there. Here, maybe if I turn off this lamp. Is that the one that's causing me problems here? If I turn this off. Aha, that's the one. Right? I turn this back up. Okay. So you've got this fitting that's on the top. So here's your compressor is here, right? And here's all the air fins, right? And then you've got this right angle fitting that comes out that has a thread here, right? It's got a threaded female end there, right? Or male, I guess that's the male end because it has the threads on it. And then you need a coupling here, right? That there's a couple of ways you can do this. You could buy a barbed coupling at Home Depot, right? That barbed coupling just has, those aren't threads, it's just a barb nipple, but it has a coupling that screws onto here. So you just have to match that thread. You take these pieces to the hardware store with you and you find a piece that threads on there, right? And you'll find very quickly whatever this thread rate is. They should have something if it's normal plumbing stuff, which generally it is, although sometimes these Masters ones have a weird metric thing that we don't use in the States. That's the only issue, right? Then you have this nipple. Then you can get a length of hose, right? This can be any diameter. You just want to make sure that the hose is capable of handling a high amount of pressure. Generally, you want some hose that'll handle about 100 psi for stiffness. So you can still get 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch hose. It's big, but you want to get a barb size bigger than 1/8 of an inch. You want to probably go 1/4 of an inch on the barb size because then the hose can handle a lot more pressure. These hoses, the best ones are the ones that look like they have a weave in them, right? Looks like a bunch of thread and woven around. They're reinforced like a garden hose kind of, right? That hose then goes on here. You'll want a C-clamp, right? Right? So you'll want a couple of hose clamps. You'll need 2, one for that end. So one for this end, one for this end, so that you can clamp the hose on, right? And then at the bottom, you want to recreate the same thing. You've got your tank here, right? And the tank has got a female thread up at the top. And so you're going to need a male threaded piece here. So you can do the same thing. The easiest way to do this is to go and get a male threaded hose barb. Right? So here's your thread. And just like this was a female version, so the female version screwed on up here, this would be the opposite. It would be a male version that screws into the inside of this deal, and then you have the hose goes on here with the clamp. So you'd be 2 clamps and 2 nipples or barbs and a hose. It would be the easiest way to fix this. So if you want to screenshot that, I just don't know what this threading is. This is the question. And that's thread size. Right? And same thing here. That would fix your problem. Right? Yeah, I said hose clamp later. I said C-clamp first, but it's hose clamp, right? So you need 2 of the small hose clamps, hose, 2 barbs. Or nipples, whatever you want to call these things. I call them hose barbs, right? But you want a female and a male. And this thread may be different, right? You say you have your thread size. This thread may be different than this thread, so you may need 2 different types of threading. And generally these will be brass, right? But you might find chrome over brass on these fittings, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. You're not talking about super high pressure stuff, so should work. And then you just want plumber's tape if you don't have it, right? This stuff, right? Right? You just want tape to seal the threading up. So anyway, hopefully that helps. That would fix that. The only question is the thread size and if that's readily available or if you have to go to a plumbing supply and order it special because it's some weird fitting size that isn't off the shelf. But I've always found that Home Depot has some really weird stuff. Lowe's. Flip you with the $10. So you're gonna have to buy those 5 things, and now it just costs you $10 more. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That's awesome. Appreciate it. Hopefully that helps. That's the easiest way. A lot of things are built with rigid pipe connecting it because they don't expect those things to come apart. You've taken the motor off of the tank, and unfortunately, what makes those compressors less expensive is that they use less or lower quality components when they build it. And usually the lower quality components are the type of metal they use, the quality and grade of steel couplings, metal couplings, chrome over brass, thin wall, thick wall. You can get a bunch of different things, machined or cast. And sometimes you just get, a little, that's how they become less expensive. Because that compressor is probably the same as the Iwata, the Badger, the whatever that's made in the same freaking factory, but made with better components, So they probably have the same tech specs as a lot of other compressors, but because you had a part that failed just because it was made of cheaper metal is really all it is. So nothing to feel bad about. You can fix it with a hose. Again, just make sure that you go with a barb that's not too small, because the smaller the hose, the less pressure it can handle, and that's going to be the maximum pressure that compressor can put out in that hose, right? So that's going to be before any limiting that you have. So whatever the max output of that compressor is rated to, you need a hose that probably goes above that by about 25%. So if it says it puts out 60 psi continuous, then you want a hose that does 100 psi, minimum, or something like that. Yeah, and that's a good idea too. You can run the tank out and buy a longer hose now that you've disconnected the tank from the deal. If that was your original kind of wish, that could be really cool. You just need longer hose. The same hose clamps and same fittings are involved. You can just run that hose and separate the tank from the compressor as far as you want. Replacing the tube with a hose, yeah, because it had a solid tube on it. Looked like it was just a, like a solid chrome over brass tube. Which, if it gets crimped even a little bit, will break, like he saw. No problem, Flipia. Thank you so much. Hope that helps. Good luck on finding those threads. Hopefully they've used threads that, because they're shipping to the U.S., they've used threads that are available in the U.S. Who knows? One would assume. Repray makes a good point. If this piece, right, the picture I can't really tell, if this piece up here was built for a compression fitting or for a flared end on that tube, which is the case a lot of times, because a solid tube doesn't mate up very well, right? So you'd have to look at it, right? The thread will basically, the threaded piece will be like this. It'll have a radius to it, and then a flat spot, and then a radius, and then the thread, right, up to it. So here's all the thread. But you have this kind of bowl shape to the head because the tube that came up to it flared like this. That's how rigid tube gives a seal in a lot of cases, but not always the case. Sometimes the female fitting that comes up here has the flare inside. The tube flares and sits here, right, and then gets pressed in as you screw up, right? So it gives you a compression fitting sort of without the sleeve, right? And the thread works. So just be aware that but this still works. If you can find a fitting that threads on here, you don't have to worry about that, right? As long as the fitting threads and seats, you shouldn't have to worry. But just realize if you take it into the hardware store, the guy might look at it and say, oh, you need a flared hose or a flared tube. And you can say, no, I want to replace it with a hose. And the worst case is you might have to replace this fitting that goes into the compressor itself. But I don't think you should. I'm not trying to confuse the issue, but Repray makes a good point. A lot of times you might walk in there and somebody that is looking at it might say, oh, that went to a flared tube. Here's what you need. And you might try to sell you something that you don't really need. So, Derry, what's going on? Thank you for that, host. Yeah, hydraulics or refrigeration shops have a lot of that stuff. Plumbing supply is your best bet if you don't find it at the hardware store. Like a plumbing supply house that's open to the public, you can go in and get all sorts of weird fittings, or they can order for it for pretty fast. It's been my findings in the past. If Home Depot doesn't have it or Lowe's doesn't have it, look for plumbing supply and just call them. Even the plumbing supplies that don't necessarily cater to the public, I've been able to call them sometimes, and as long as you show them what you need, they can probably get it for you or find somebody that can. D for Derp, you want to ask something? I've seen a lot of painters here on Twitch start using the Mr. Hobby weathering washes, apparently oil-based, but they're entirely not imported into the UK, so I was considering just straight up using oil paints and thinners for washes to replace my Army Painter quick shades. What do you use for washes? So we've been talking about that because we kind of brought up the idea that the use of oils as washes comes from the scale modeling world. Right? Well, fine art has been using it over the top of paintings and stuff too, using oil washes for a long time. But in terms of modeling, scale modeling uses it a lot because it's a really good way. If I had some oil paints here, we'd go through it. I'll get some oil paints maybe eventually. I don't know that I still have any. It's just not something I do very often. But with oil paints and some thinner white spirits, generally you don't want to add more linseed oil to it because the linseed oil causes it to have a very, very long open time. Oils already take forever to cure. So white spirits help to thin it down to wash, and you just get it thin and pin wash. I mean, you can do two ways. There's probably more, but you can do two ways. You can do like a pin wash, where I take a very thin, and I can just kind of, if I touch it into a crack, the oil paint goes all the way along the crack and darkens it up or whatever. Or you can brush it all over the whole thing and then use a towel or a Q-tip and wipe it off of the upper surfaces and leave it in the recesses. So it has a lot of flexibility because of its open time. Because with an acrylic wash, if you put it on, you're not going to have time to wipe it off like that. But I always use oil washes as pin washes more to the effect. I don't just slop them on and then clean them off very often. There's times where I do that, but not very often. And I don't like using them. And the main reason we talked about it, and I know a lot of people are using them currently. The main reason I don't use them for miniatures is because most of the miniatures that or that people are watching to learn how to paint are miniatures that you want to play with. Not all of them, but most of them. I'm going to go out on a limb and say most of us are trying to play games with our miniatures. You typically don't want to use oil washes on things that you're going to be handling a lot because the oils in your hands will strip all that oil off of there. They don't take varnishes very well. So you generally are applying oil washes towards the end of a project. Like I would take this, matte varnish it, do a little bit of oil wash over the top, maybe then matte varnish it again to take away the sheen of the oil wash if I got a little bit of sheen on it. But I'm not guaranteeing that oil underneath a lacquer, works really well all the time. I'm not trying to scare you, right? But I'm just saying that if you're going to handle that model a lot, the first thing that's going to go away is all the oil you put on it, okay? Whereas the acrylics will handle a lot better. So moving away from acrylic washes into oil washes can be really great. It gives some great effects, but none of those effects are unattainable with acrylics. It's just that an acrylic may be a little bit more detail oriented. Like, I'm going to do some, let's do some right now, like petrol spills, right? I really like these Vallejo effect washes. They're all acrylics, and this is petrol spills. We've used the rust stuff on stream, but they got oil stains, so we'll use the oil stains first, actually, right? So this is an acrylic that looks and gives you the final finish of any other wash, right? It's thin, you can thin it out, it goes on, it looks splotchy, liquidy, moves around like you want it to, just because of the medium that they have it in. It's just a very, very thin wash right out of the bottle. So just like any other, the Army Painter washes, whatever, right? You just thin them down to where they're filters, is what I prefer to call them, right? So you shake it up. It's just a very, very liquid deal. But they're all acrylics. These aren't oils, right? And so I can take this and, unlike an oil wash, even though the effect is going to be the same at the end of the day, right? I have to be very specific and precise with where I put this is the thing. Because it isn't going to allow me to play with it after the fact. Whereas an oil doesn't dry very quick, and so I can play with it after the fact. Right, so let's just say like right along the, let's do like this thing. Whatever this thing is back on here, let's do a little bit of dripping on this. So I want to just kind of pin wash. I'm just going to kind of shove color into the bottom side of this, right? Real quick, and then I'll, bring a couple of streaks down along the edge here, right? Like that. I can blot it with my finger. That's exactly the effect you would want oils to give you, but I just did it with acrylics. And I didn't have to mess with it much. I don't have to worry about it. It's going to dry. It's going to be an acrylic. It dries. Acrylic is plastic when it's done. It's colored plastic. It's just very thin. So it's much harder finish than the oils would ever be. And I can use it like this. Now, I can continue to, tap that and blur it like I want, and I get really, really good effects. So when you ask me what I use acrylics. Because for models I'm going to be touching and playing with and putting on the table, I want that effect to live as long as I can, and the oils are a little bit more difficult to make do that. Not impossible. Now, if you're painting models for display, you want to enter something in a competition, it's a bust, it's a model that's not part of a game, and you just want to paint it to look cool, put on a shelf, and be cool for the rest of its life, fine. Knock yourself out. And oils are great. And you can just buy tube oil paints. Sometimes it's a lot cheaper, honestly. Go to the store, buy cheap oil paints. They don't even have to be good, because you're going to thin them down to the point where all of the process that makes an oil paint good, heavy-bodied pigment, all of that stuff is irrelevant to you, because you're going to be knocking it down to filter with it in most cases. You're not painting for thickness. You're not looking for texture. A lot of oil paints, as you get more expensive, give you texture as you paint so that you see your brush stroke, because that's part of like that fine art thing. You can use your brush stroke to tell part of the story and the texture in the paint and so on and so forth. There's a myriad of concepts out there in oil, right? But for what we're doing is layman's oils. We're really just knocking them down and barely using them for anything, right? So you don't even have to buy expensive ones. Buy as cheap of an oil as you can, get some white spirits, and go to town. Thin it out, do exactly what I just did here. The thing with an oil is that you could put a lot, if I wish I had one here. I'll get some oils and we'll show them off. And we'll just use regular tube oils, right? But if I get some oils, I could paint thick like that, and then I could rub them off to where they're barely visible, and then layer on top of it to get multiple depths. In order to do that with the acrylics, I just have to be careful and paint, multiple thinnesses. Add more water, paint one that's super diluted, right? If I go, let me bring a little bit of this out on the palette. Unfortunately, these come in jars instead of droppers, so it's hard to get it where it's usable. But put it out on my palette, add a crap ton of water to it, just like I would with anything else, right? And now I have this that's barely visible, right? And I can come back over and just kind of fuzz out where my streaking was, and kind of do the same thing that I would blur with an oil, right? I could just kind of come in and fill those gaps, blur that out, play with it, roughen that edge. Right? And I can create all sorts of dirt and grime the same way. I can come over here and the way a wash works is, as long as it's wet and thin enough, it'll work the same whether it's an oil or acrylic. I can come in here and put a little bit around all these rivets and darken those up, right? Give it a little bit of a streak down. Again, blot it as I need to, and create all of these effects as I go that will work just as well with acrylics. Oil is just cool for the one reason that it has a longer open time, meaning that it takes longer for it to dry so that you can thin it out. If you're going to use oils, I always recommend varnishing your model before you start applying the oils. Right, so if I were going to be doing an oil wash on this, I would varnish it as it sits so that I could put the oils on it, because in a lot of cases, you're going to do the oil, put it on, like maybe I wipe this crease between these metal panels with the oil wash, a very thin down oil. Then I go back and I get just some white spirits on my brush, and then I come back and use like the side of my brush to clean that out or thin it and blur it. I don't want that white spirit to touch my base colors like my acrylics and stuff, so you want to make sure you have a good, solid, dry varnish on top of the model before you start doing your oil washes, because you are going to be applying white spirits directly to the surface, and that can screw up other work that you've done if you're not careful. So that varnish protects that. So, right. Derry, I'm doing great. It's our first stream back from doing the Utah thing with Wargamer Girl. Having a lot of fun. Reaper says, that's why I wanted to see the tube more, maybe with the fitting pulled back. Yeah, exactly. That's what with the flare. Says, well, I'd be using it for the same things you do for my Warhammer models to actually play with, and the system I'm used to is, airbrush, base coat a mini, wash it, detail paint, highlight it, varnish, done. I kind of don't want to change. You don't have to. You don't have to. The oils don't add anything to that, right? You can use an acrylic wash and get really good with it. The thing that I find is if you want to do the base coat, wash, highlight, varnish, done kind of system, that quick to table, we'll call it, is that you basically just get more and more specific with the placement of your acrylic wash, and you can perform anything. I've thinned our paints down and done acrylic washes on this, right? So I've gone in, rather than washing the whole tank, I came in and I washed with a little bit of rust, thinned down burnt sienna, just this area right around the cupola, right? Rather than washing the whole model and then having to highlight back up, just come in and very specifically place that wash down here. It blurs out fine, right? We wash around all of our details. I did a little pin wash through the places where the plates go together, right? Right along the bottom of these areas, like right here, right along that line there. Just a little bit of burnt sienna to give it that dirty, rusty color that darkens it up right above that seam, right? So you can do all of that, all around all of these. And the acrylic wash, that's all I've used. I haven't used any oils, but people that would use oil washes on their tanks would achieve a very similar effect. And both are valid. One is not better than the other. I just believe that if you're going to be handling the model and playing with it, acrylics are much better than oils. Because the look is sometimes easier to get with an oil, but not always. So they're kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. And some people will argue, a lot of people, as they're discovering oil washes, find them to be really, really cool and unique because they will look a little different. Maybe they, anytime you're trying something for the first time, and it's new, and you do something different with it, and it gives you, or you do something the same as you've used like acrylics, but it gives you a different outcome. It may be an outcome that you're more happy with because you only had to do it once instead of layering with acrylics. Because like I said, oils will give you the ability to put a dark streak of oil down the side of this metal and then come back with a little bit of white spirits on it and blur that streak and have it look super realistic real quick. Whereas with an acrylic, because you can't put it on there and then blur it because it's already dry, you just have to thin it more, do that thin, broad, diffused layer, and then once that's dry, come back in with a little bit more color and put a little bit darker streak in the middle of it. So you're working backwards from what you do with oils, and it takes you 2 or 3 times to do it, whereas with an oil, you might do it in 1. So they can be easier, right? And I'll get some oils and we'll do them specifically. Since I'm doing all this World War II stuff, it's perfect because I can use some oil washes and we'll play around with it and I'll show you some different things. But what I'd like to do, if you guys are up for it, we'll do it and then we'll show you how to do it with acrylics too right next to it and achieve the same or similar results. So you can feel like, oh, I don't have to do this to do what I want to do, so on and so forth. Because painting a miniature and washing it and getting great results is easy, and oils don't ever have to be a component for what you do, ever. They're cool, but you don't have to feel like you got to do them. With the AP washers, you just really need to have a place it and keep it working with a brush. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And again, a lot of this is about Mountain Man. What is going on? Look at the bearded one. The great bearded one just showed up. Hello, everybody. We are talking about techniques in painting tanks. Look at this. So I don't know. Hey, MM, were you playing tanks? Mountain Man is a really good guy. Click on that man's name. Give him a follow. If you enjoy video games, especially World of Tanks, very, very good World of Tanks streamer. That's where I know him from, back when we used to play the hell out of that game. But now we're actually painting tanks today. We've been going through and showing off a bunch of different weathering styles. We applied a lot of pigments for dirt in the tracks. And we were just talking about using oil washes and things like that to achieve kind of this beaten up look, right? But I haven't done that on this. I'm kind of going through and showing that, advanced techniques that we tend to think that, oh, well, here's this really advanced technique. I've done everything you see here with acrylics. All the chipping here wasn't even done with chipping fluid. It was done with a sponge, right? This particular sponge. And I did all of this chipping, all of this spotted chipping and worn paint and everything. All of the shiny metal that you see in the middle of the chipping we did with this pencil that we stole off an elementary school kid. Tell nobody. Right? So I've been just showing some easy ways to achieve some really cool effects. And oils fit right in there. They can be really fun and easy. They're great things to use. It's just the timing of when you apply them, how you apply them is a little bit different. It's a great tool to have in your toolkit, but definitely not something that replaces acrylics or makes it like acrylics are bad, oils good. That's never something that I would ever say. As a matter of fact, oils in a lot of cases become bad for what we do because we want to put these on the tabletop and play the game and push our models around. Because what we're painting here is for a tabletop war game called Bolt Action, right? And so you're gonna, I would never do an oil wash on a dude like this, right? Because this dude is going to get so many Cheeto fingers on him as I play Bolt Action that anything I did with oils would get rubbed off, whereas an acrylic wash would last a lot longer. Right, so just to kind of put it into perspective. Always think in terms of how you're going to use the model that you're painting, and then make the decision. Because oils and all of those tricks and washes are meant for using on things that don't get handled, right? It doesn't mean that you couldn't paint something with oils, and maybe there's somebody out there using oils on pottery that you use a lot and touch all the time, but I feel like that's going to wear off real quick, because oils are not meant to give you a sturdy base, whereas acrylics are plastic. I mean, for all intent and purpose, when the water evaporates out of an acrylic paint, you're left with a thin, very thin layer of colored plastic. So it's a lot more durable than oils, right? And then when you get into lacquers, you build up more durability based on the solvents that you're using and chemical balance. But oils just really aren't that way, right? So welcome, hello everybody. Just got done playing some Tonks. I put Tonks in the title, and believe it or not, Mountain Man, we had some some people that were viewers from way back when we played Tanks came in and did like the frowny face. Like they were like, I demand tanks, and I was like, it's a tank. We're painting a tank. But I didn't remember that having streamed World of Tanks for so long in the early years that we might get some people that were like, oh my God, Fuse is streaming Tanks, and came up and they're like, womp, womp, womp. Clodius, yes, everything you see here we paint. And here's even more. Like this is for a game called Flames of War. These are German 15 millimeter, right? These are German Panzer Grenadiers, right? And we painted, and you can see this is the size we're dealing with here, right? So yeah, so I paint all of these. They're for games that we play. And I haven't played Flames of War yet. It's something new that I'm getting into. Bolt Action is as well. We generally play games that are more fantastical, sci-fi, things like that. Space Marines and Warhammer and things like that. So we paint a lot of fantasy beasts and creatures. Our company, Creature Caster, makes demon models and really cool monsters like this little lady here, this demonic lady here. We make stuff like this. She's obviously not painted, just primed. So we paint everything here. But right now I'm on a kick where I'm showing people a lot of the weathering techniques and stuff that we do for games, and painting historical miniatures, even though we're not going for super accurate, right? But yeah, so all of these are just hand painted. No airbrush on the dudes. These are all just hand painted guys. Right now I'm working on all the camo. It's a pain in the ass because I gotta paint each splotch of color and then highlight each splotch of color. And then I got to go back and do the skin. I just kind of painted this guy real quick to get the finished look together, so I knew where to go with all the rest of them. We got about 40 dudes to paint. Core Mechanical says, drill the barrels. Bastard. I'm not doing it. You can't force me. Major Falker, you didn't know I played what? Yep. Yeah. You games played in that than you would ever admit. Yeah. Mountain Man probably has us all beat, right? He's the trooper of the group. He keeps going and going and going. I sneak in and I watch him play Tanks, and just so that I can try to make myself play Tanks. I turn on the game every now and then, and I try to play it, and it's so hard for me sometimes. It's the game I want to go back to, and I just can't seem to drag myself back kicking and screaming yet. I never give up. I still have it on auto update. It still comes up like every week with its update on my screen on my computer while I'm in the middle of working. It says, hey, we just finished updating. Do you want to play? And I always close the screen. So, but I'm always up to date. I'm always ready to turn the key. That's the way that works. Chivalrous is right there. There's a lot of us, man. I think we need like a 12-step program for us, right? Airbrushing a case for you? Boy, it would be cool, but I'm on like forever and a day. You might never get it. Email me and let's talk. I can't guarantee you anything. But that would be really cool. Chivalrous says he's still playing but not having any fun. Claudius, what is going on? Thank you so much for the follow. Hope I didn't butcher your name. Yeah, I think we need a 12-step program for a lot of us that used to play Tanks or still play Tanks, but you get that feeling in your gut right before you hit the go button. There's a lot of times where I've sat there and spun my tank in the garage, not hitting the battle button, right? Because I'm like, oh my God, this again? But it's not a negative. It's actually become more and more of a positive the less and less I streamed it, right? Now that I don't stream it, I have more fun when I play. I just find that it's a game that's turned into one where when I turn it on, I'll go and I'll do like 2 battles and then I'll turn the game off. Not because I'm upset, but because I'm not forced to play it. These are all bad words, right? Because you're not forced to stream World of Tanks. Like Mountain Man can play whatever he wants. He's got lots of cool games, right? But I feel like, when you're a streamer and you're playing the game, you're like, okay, hit the battle button. Okay, hit the battle button. Okay, hit the battle button. Even if, you're like, oh my God, I'm just having a hard time. The matchmaking is horrible tonight or whatever it is, right? I feel like now because it's, we paint tanks and then we go play and we scream and yell in the background when nobody's listening. So it works a lot better that way. Max Payne, welcome back, man. Long time no see. How you doing? Cool, man. That's awesome. You hate to admit that you're only still playing only because you put money into it and you want something for your money. You know what? That's not a bad reason to do it. There's a bunch of games where that's not the case anymore, right? I played a lot of MWO and I can't pull myself back into MWO and even flip my mech in the garage anymore. It just I haven't gone so far as delete it from my computer, but you know how it goes. All right, so let's see. What do we got? Got a few more minutes. Hey, Zep, what is going on? Thank you for that follow. Again, welcome everybody. If you're coming over for the first time from Mountain Man and you're watching what we do, my name is Jason, also called Slowfuse. We have a company called Creature Caster where we make models and paints and brushes and all of the materials that you see. Chivalrous Veteran, again, thank you for the follow. And we paint miniatures. So, just to draw back real quick so you can see, it's not always tanks, although a lot of us love tanks. We paint big beasties, right? So we do it for all sorts of game systems and all sorts of crazy reasons. We've got all sorts of neat stuff that we do. The main base of what we do is to teach techniques for how to do everything from crazy flesh tones to weathering on metal, you name it. Most of what we paint has a kind of a drive to showing new things that can help make everybody out there, you guys, models, look better, quicker, cool things that you might not have known about. Cool effects that bring them to life on the table a little bit more, tell a little bit more of a story. And most of them revolve around games. So if you don't know the world of tabletop gaming, you'll learn a lot if you just hang out here. Everybody probably heard of Warhammer. They've got video games, but those all come from a tabletop game. It's always funny when I hear people say, wait, they make a tabletop game of Warhammer, whatever the hell the video game is called nowadays. Oh my God, who's the company that makes that? The big Warhammer tactical battle game. Anyway, I saw some post the other day where somebody's like, oh my God, they make models for this to play on the table. Where can I get them? And it's just funny that we have people growing up knowing Warhammer from the video game side now and never touching the tabletop. Dawn of War. No, not Dawn of War. Dawn of War is the sci-fi one, right? No, it's not Relic either. No, you guys are missing the point. What is it? Not missing the point, but whatever. But yeah, it'd be like somebody saying, hey, look, they made Dawn of War for the tabletop. It's just funny to me. But we paint all sorts of stuff here. So welcome, welcome. And we got a few more minutes before we quit. Total War Warhammer. Max Payne nailed it. There you go. Yeah, that's what I saw. Somebody was like, look, they make Total War Warhammer in a tabletop game. We need to support this. How can we get this? I just thought it was funny. It was a meme, but, still funny. THQ makes the game, yeah. It's like the Samurai, the Total War Shogun or whatever it was that I've played. I love those games. I haven't played the Warhammer one. I have it on my computer. It's another one of those that sits in the library and never gets anything done with it. That's just kind of the way that works. I'm a horrible, horrible, horrible person. All right, let's keep going with some oil stain stuff. I'm going to, again, thin a bunch of this stuff down and use a #1 synthetic brush. I don't know why. It's just kind of a habit of mine whenever I want to go in and do effects that I typically grab synthetic brushes. It's a holdover from my days of using more enamels than anything. And when you use enamel paints, they absolutely torture and destroy natural hair brushes. Right? We zoom in here. Right, we'll just go around like some of these deck lids and engine areas, like where we've got like this hinge, right, where we might get some grit and dirt kind of built up around that. We'll just kind of halo it a little bit. Gives it a little bit of a shadow. But again, notice how I'm not washing like the entire area too much, right? I'm just putting enough in there to halo the hinge. not painting over the hinge and then having to go back and highlight. I won't have to do anything after this dries. I'll just get this nice, cool, dirty shadow around the outside of the hinge. So this is what we talk about when we say pin wash. Right? I do stuff like that. I just drop a little bit in. It runs along that line and it'll darken that line without me having to then go back and erase it or drop any more paint on it to highlight it. The one step and done kind of thing. And you'll usually use a pretty fine brush like I'm doing now. Kind of spot along here. I can have it kind of come out of that like it dripped out of the back of this corner here. Maybe I grab a little bit on the bottom here. Kind of stipple it on there. Poke and prod. I can always use my finger to get rid of it. You can see get in the light right before you can see the area of sheen. Yeah, right there. You can see that sheen that it gives. There'll be just the faintest amount of color in those areas because I've thinned this down so far, right, that it isn't giving me a lot of opacity. Right? Notice how around those hinges as it's drying, it's blurring out really nicely, and it's just giving me the faintest amount of shading that looks like dirt, grime, oil, whatever it is we're trying to recreate. And that's just, like I said, I've added a whole bunch of water to this because I don't want it to, another nice thing about using the acrylic washes over the oils is that I don't have to use white spirits. It's just water. Right? And I can just use that to kind of dark line around things. Again, do like the oil drip coming out of whatever this thing is. That's probably the tail light, actually, but we did a little bit around the rivets. And you can just go crazy. You can do as much of this or as little of this as you want. I'm a big fan of less is more. If you go too wild, then you wind up with some crazy stuff happening. And you can go way overboard, wind up with too much of an effect, and it looks silly. Drop a little bit in that, whatever that crevice is there. Go ahead and darken these intakes on the side. These aren't modeled very well on this tank. It's a very small scale tank. And so in a lot of cases when you have these types of things, they'll skimp on some of the details. And on this particular tank, they've skimped on these intakes. They just don't have a lot of life in them. They're just kind of, these sunken holes. We're going to go ahead and darken them up just to give them a little bit more depth. Notice how I'm only darkening to one side of them. Again, just to make them a little bit more three-dimensional in the whole. And this is kind of a dark brownish. Two kinds. What's the second kind of wet? RoboCorpse, what's happening? Surprise! Forced induction. RoboCorp. Weren't you RoboCorpse before you were forced induction? And now you're back to RoboCorpse? Isn't that how that happened? Welcome, man. How you been? He says, kinda, maybe. You can't fool me. Hope you've been doing well, man. Thanks for the host there. You're painting up a Stu 42, STUH 42. This is an assault gun from late war when the paratroops for the Germans wound up having their parachutes taken away from them. Well, that makes it sound like they were reprimanded. Unfortunately, they weren't able to jump out of airplanes anymore, so everything you've trained for, now you go and ride on tanks. A lot of the Fallschirmjäger wound up going around with assault gun divisions, riding on the type of like Stugs, the original Stug life. All right, so again, I'm just going to go through here and keep layering up some of this, give it a little bit of, can have these drips kind of coming vertically down the back here after finding their way from the corner, and I can use my finger to dilute some of those. I can rub them off to the side. Anything over here. Always trying to make sure I'm not creating too much symmetry. Right? If I do a streak here, I don't want to do one balanced at the same point. I want to come over here, maybe closer to the edge. Real easy, and all this is acrylics. So again, creating what we would find with oils, doing it with acrylics, just having to be more precise with it, knowing that when to thin it down so that I get less opacity and more blur, and then when to thicken it up to give more of a precise streaking to it. Right? Whereas with an oil, you can kind of place the oil and blend it and blur it as it's workable on the model to give various opacities from one brush stroke, basically. Right? But this works really nice. Got a good kind of oily, rusty butt going on this without making it look too junkyard. Again, we want this tank to be functional. We don't want it to feel like, they have a hard time starting it. You're playing Mordheim and you loved it? You wish the devs had patched the bugs out before abandoning it? Yeah, the video game for Mordheim was actually a lot of fun. It really was, and I wish they would have kept it going, for sure. Oh, it was Robot Corpse. I knew I wasn't too far off, man. You were a Prime supporter for MWO and I've played it for years. Yeah, they got the MechWarrior 5 coming out into this year, I think. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But it doesn't have PvP, so I don't know if they're going to leave MWO. I haven't been paying attention. It was a great game for a long time. I met a lot of people here in the stream playing tanks and MWO. Those are my two main games years ago. Like 6 years ago when we started. Good God, how long ago was it? Long time. Because now we've been painting for coming up on 4, right? Do I know what happened? I don't know what happened, RoboCorpse. Please don't tell bad news. I mean, not that I care. I haven't bought it. I haven't supported it, so it looks fun. Oh, they went to the Epic launcher or something, right? I want to say that's a thing. Like they moved with an exclusive year with the Epic launcher or something like that, I want to say. I feel like that's right. Right here, I'm going to go ahead and just do like a little bit of this to darken up this line right at the top of this piece there. But I'm only going to run it in a little bit like that. Then I'm going to do a little bit of vertical dripping there, and then of course a little bit more down along this line. Why am I doing this? I don't know. It'd be random. Even though this color is technically called oil spill, that doesn't mean that, it has to be in a place where oil would spill. You can imagine people and rain washing dirt on tanks. You've got all sorts of reasons why you've got streaking and coloring in weird places. I get a little bit of verticality to this streaking, blur it out with my finger a little bit. It's going to give it more of a realistic sense of dirt and grime. And again, just build it up. Start slow, build it up more as you need. If I go with too much all at once, like I said, it gets out of control, and eventually it's like, oh God, this thing is relegated to a junkyard. It just doesn't look like it would be running anymore. I try to stay away from that as much as possible. This is still a workable tank. We've done quite a bit of chipping on it and such, but it's got a good amount of camo that's still visible. I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with it. I'm going to do a little bit more leaking around the actual engine deck lid here. Hard time starting armor that actually sound like real life. I drove M109s. Oh, nice. Pretty much had to beat it with a hammer and spray. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true too. I want to believe that, fine tank engineering, no matter the nation, that these were easy. But then you read and you read some of the books and stuff that were, firsthand from even as recent as desert conflict stuff with the U.S. and the Brits, Danes, and you listen to them out there and their AFVs and how long they had to kind of work at it to get stuff started on a cold morning or something like that. And you're in the desert and you forget it still gets cold. But I built old cars for a long time, and I remember all that nonsense. Old cars and motorcycles are very cantankerous, and these were no better, if at all, right? I feel like in a lot of cases, these tanks were probably horribly worse. Because my old cars and bikes weren't ever having to drag 20 tons around, right? A little bit of streaking down here on the bottom. And again, I'm just having to do this and be very precise with my application of paint. I'm going to repeat that a lot because the question came up about differences between oil washes and acrylic washes. And the nice thing about an oil wash is that you don't have to be as specific. It's a lot more forgiving because the oil takes so long to dry that you can work it on the model. So if you get it on a piece you didn't want it on, you simply wipe it off. And for a lot of what you do with oils, that's the key. You put it on and then you wipe off the high areas. It leaves the oil, kind of dark oil wash in the low areas. And that gives the effect that you were looking for. Here, you just kind of have to know with the acrylics where I want the spill to go and just put it there, right? Because I'm not going to be able to move the paint around on the surface. I'm not going to be able to get away with as much as I could with an oil, but the finish is the same. The end goal is as close to identical as possible, right? Nobody's gonna nitpick at the end of the day. Well, somebody will. As soon as I say nobody will do that, somebody will. Somebody will be like, you're wrong, plebe, using acrylics. But again, I would argue anybody that has a problem with, the kind of weathering that we're doing here is probably got other issues. And just kind of take this and spot it around. See where the wetness is, how I've just kind of randomly spotted this on the surface, because not everything's going to be a nice straight line or a circle or anything like that. So you can do a bunch of real cool random placement and streaks. Streaks are going to normally be straight, right? Because none of these tanks are moving fast enough to have a streak of liquid be squiggly unless it's going over a weird shaped surface. You generally want to try to keep oil streaking and rain streaking as straight as you can get it. Now that deck lid has got some really nice streaking that we've got going on. We see that kind of verticality across here, very light streaks where I've thinned out this acrylic way down, but it still gives me the discoloration, right? But it's not like paint, right? You don't want it to be so dark that it just looks like you painted a line on there. So that's why you'll see me taking my finger and blotting it, right? So I get this kind of, you can see the streaks running through here, but because I blotted them from certain angles, you don't even see that. Where it pools up over here, a little bit in the corner over here. The edges, just gives it a nice dirty feel to it. And like I said, this can go for as far as you want. Hopefully what you've learned watching some of this today will get your imagination going and understand how much weathering can tell a story on even the most basic of a model. Like this particular tanks and vehicles in general don't have a lot of story that they tell because they're very one-dimensional or flat or uninteresting. It's just a vehicle, right? It takes dudes hanging out the windows, screaming and throwing grenades and stuff like that to bring it to life. And since this guy just has a very stoic, dude, hanging out, checking out the surroundings, there's not a whole lot to this tank. It's a sculpture. It's a very, flat, uninteresting. But once you start doing the texturing and the weathering to it, now it tells a story. This didn't just roll off the assembly line. It's been a fighting vehicle, or at least it's been trying to be a fighting vehicle. There's a lot more going on. And you can keep pushing this. The less you do, the more clean this looks, the more of a story it tells that it hasn't seen a lot of fighting. And so, maybe the troops are green and inexperienced. The more damage you do, the more it's like, holy hell, how has that survived? Those dudes must be superheroes. They're holding it together with bubble gum and duct tape. And that tells a story. So weathering can swing not only the realism, we don't really talk about that much, because it's not how we think about them, but the story that you're telling. So when you put it on the tabletop, there's a lot more interest in it. and your army as a whole kind of goes together. The Fallschirmjägers that we're doing are all veterans, so they're all haggard, been at war way too long, and so I wanted the tank to fit that without, like I said, looking like it belongs in a junkyard. So I think we've achieved that, right? I think with just a little bit more work on picking out details, I've still got to highlight stuff like the bags and this tarp on the front. This tarp on the side is going to be in the same camo as the smocks for all the Fallschirmjäger, so we'll do a little bit of camo on that. We got to pick out the details like the handle for the shovel and all of the tools that are on here and things like that. But once we're done, we're pretty good. Now that we've done the pigment and the dirt and the tracks today that we laid in there, we got that going. Same stuff all in the running gear. Looks pretty good. So I'm very happy. Now I only have to recreate that on a couple more vehicles. The good thing with bolt action is there's not a lot of tanks. It's kind of sad because I feel like I want to play with mostly tanks and less infantry. But at least in the case of bolt action, you can bring a tank. You're just not going to have a lot of them. They play neat on the table, but they're not the thing that you're going to win the game with. Infantry rules the day. Yar, it's Tony with 4 months. Thank you, my friend. They started with a stream pre-order in January and they ended it in May. Then 2 months later, it leaked out that they had signed an exclusivity deal with Epic and didn't plan to tell anyone until August 24th. Pre-order cancel cutoff was set. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I remember listening to Ross Bullock trying to diffuse that thing with, it doesn't change anything and all that, but it just seems like underhanded money grabbing. And the shame of it is that we're talking about PGI, the people that make MechWarrior Online. If you're a BattleTech fan, BattleTech was my first ever miniature game back in the early 80s. And so I haven't stuck with it. First models that I really painted seriously in the miniature world. But I've always kind of followed along with the property and the video games and MechWarrior and all that stuff. And so it's funny watching this game that could have, it was amazing. I can't say it could have been amazing. It was amazing. It didn't have the hugest following, but it was still an amazing game. But watching the business side of it, right? They're a small studio that needs money to survive, and I understand that, but they haven't always been above board in discussing how and where the money needs to come from. And they're not publicly traded, I don't think, right? So they don't, obviously not. So they don't have to tell us what's going on. But when you're small like that, you want the community to kind of know what's going on with you. Like our community here, we talk a lot about the new products that we're coming out with and stuff like that. And I feel like we do a good job of explaining to you what we're making, why we're making it, get feedback from you. And if it's good, we go with it. If it's bad, we don't, and you guys kind of are part of the processes as much as we can include you without you actually being part of the company. And I feel like small communities benefit from that kind of stuff. PGI's always acted like a small community, like they want that, but then they do stuff like this. Then they step on the community's toes by, not lying, but hiding big things from them after they've gotten your money. It's like, oh, by the way, I'm glad you helped kickstart this project, but we've decided to make a Pokemon game instead of the BattleTech game. Have fun. Thanks for the dough. Kind of a deal. And that's obviously I'm over dramatic, being overly dramatic about it, but you get me. Never ever pre-order any game, says Falker. After that started as a trend, people are getting shafted all the time. Yeah, definitely. Publishers hardly ever deliver on what they promise. Well, the incentive is gone, right? And that's just kind of a good study of business is as we've gone to pre-orders and Kickstarter mentality, we talk about it a lot around here, the delivery process changes to, just get something out. Because you overpromise and underdeliver, which is easy to do because you're selling. And so when you're selling, you're telling them, oh yeah, it does that. Oh yeah, it'll do that. Oh yeah, it'll scrub your back and wash your teeth and taste like bacon. And it's like, oh, we delivered it and it kind of scratches my back and my teeth still don't feel clean and it doesn't taste. That's not like bacon that I've ever tasted, right? And it's like, but we gave you a product. Thanks for your support. And then they're like, if you want to have it taste more like bacon, here's a new Kickstarter, support, the expansion pack where it's like really bacon expansion, and I don't know where I come up with this shit, by the way, but that's how my brain works. So, and it's unfortunate, right? Because what you'd really like is to have people whose incentive is to make the right product that people will buy so that you make money and don't go out of business. And that's kind of that old, it's funny to say that's the old guard way of doing business. That's the way we choose to do it. We invest our own personal funds to make products that we believe in, and then we hope you like it and sell it to you. And if you don't buy it, it means we messed up, and we need to either get better and not mess up, or we go out of business. And the incentives are where I think they ought to be. as opposed to incentivizing up front, making a bunch of money, and then not having to deliver, not being held accountable for it. So we could go into that for hours and hours and hours and days, dude, because you can tell, I'm a spring chicken. I'm only like 22 years old. I just have seen a lot, right? But no, I mean, I'm old school in that regards. I believe that you provide a good product, and if you have a passion and you would use it and believe in it too and not be lying to yourself, people get that and they want to buy from that and use that product. As long as you haven't just created the thing that scratches the back, cleans your teeth, and tastes like bacon. I don't know if we really need that, but it might be a cool product, right? So yeah, so that's my take on it. I think that there's been a lot of creativity, a boon of creativity via things like Kickstarter, because it allows people who wouldn't normally start businesses to have their ideas come to fruition. But I think it's a bad precedent to set, because a lot of people underdeliver and overpromise in this world of creativity. There's a lot of invention going on that either never sees the light of day or doesn't make it the full road because the business component isn't there. So it's a shame. He said when the stream pre-order was up, there was no plan to do Epic exclusive, and by that he means the contract wasn't signed, so they weren't planning on it yet, but they were working on the contract, which was signed. Yeah, that's called spin doctoring. That's like, oh, you caught us. We'll make something up that makes it seem like we didn't really get caught. Fokker says Oculus is an example of a hyped product, though they did deliver-ish and then sold out for a metric crap ton of money in Facebook of all companies. Yeah, and there is that, right? And sometimes that's really good because you have people that maybe weren't as good at the production side as the sales side, but had the right idea, had a really good invention. It's hard to bring all the parts together, right? It doesn't happen very often. It's strange to say that, but it doesn't. Like, even big companies fail miserably at lots of new product releases, right? Coca-Cola, McDonald's, these people that you don't feel like they kind of have that too big to fail, but they release a lot of stuff that fails miserably, right? New Coke, Pepsi Clear, all these weird things that they try. They just sometimes have a better marketing and get people riled up about it, but the product falls short because they didn't have all the parts and pieces together. So that's just a component of doing business. You risk it. You try new things. If it fails, you learn where it failed. Right now, you don't have that ability because you've got people that are kickstarting, getting money, paying Peter to pay Paul. If it fails, they go out of existence because they never had a foundation behind them to make a company in the first place. You were the foundation, and if you get mad and go away, there's no foundation. They can't kickstart again because nobody trusts them, so their business is dead unless they had a relative die and they got millions of dollars somewhere along the line, right? I don't want anybody's relatives to die, but you get my drift. It's just weird, right? It's just weird. And I think video games has taken a huge hit that way because now you have the biggest companies under-delivering and over-promising, right? Anthem! I was so excited and never played it. It was just like garbage from day one. Broken Hand, you were expecting more mango flavor in your Pro Acryls. We didn't hit that. We didn't hit that stretch goal. Yours just tasted like paint. Hey, we tried to make our paint taste like donkey butt, so you'd stop licking your brushes. Yeah, Fokker, exactly. Like, you have to continue fighting for it, but you have to have the foundation that allows you to do that. Like Bill Gates, obviously, tons of money, has lots of ability to fail and still then reach for the one thing that succeeds. You have to be able to continue to throw stuff at the wall to find what works, but you evaluate after everything that falls off the wall. If something doesn't stick, you go, why didn't it stick? You don't just throw something similar up on the wall without evaluating. And unfortunately, Kickstarter is more the reverse. It's put out this idea, and people pay for it, and then we see if we can do it. I've never done this before, but I'm going to go make a board game that does all these really cool things that you want. And here's all these stretch goals we promised. And oh my God, we don't know how to deliver this. And so it fails, but I still had all the money. It doesn't mean that everybody that fails at Kickstarter even makes any money. Most of them lose a lot. It's a sad case. Pepsi Clear was a success, but Coca-Cola Poison arrowed it. Coke released Tab Clear, and it made clear cola seem like a woman's diet drink, and Crystal Pepsi exploded because no one wanted it. I'm just saying, if it was successful, it'd still be here, dude. That's just the way things work. There's enough women buying sodas that if that was the case, and it tasted right and made sense in the thing, it doesn't mean it was bad product. There's a lot of good products that fail, right? Core Mechanical asks, what do you think about the Reaper Kickstarter? Are you joking me, or are you trying to hype me up? I think Reaper shouldn't be doing Kickstarters, right? I'm the guy that says that, and that's not because I have anything against Reaper. I love them. I love what they do. We use their models in classes. They've supported stuff that I've been a part of. I think that they're too big a company to be doing business that way. Right. But I get it. They treat it like a pre-release to see how many people are interested in it. So it has validity. I don't understand it. I'm like, it's like by this point, it's like, why wouldn't you just make the product and sell it, right? Because, and this is the bone of contention for a lot of people. It's like, but if I had the ability, like as Creature Caster, we make stuff, right? We are part of this. I'm not just talking out of my butt here. We make product. Creature Caster started before Jen and I were part of it as a Kickstarter, right? And had some problems in the Kickstarter, like a lot of Kickstarters do. And then the current partners in Canada came in, solved that problem, got it out, and turned the company around, and it worked. And then Jen and I, through Slow Fuse Gaming, got partnered with them, and now Creature Caster is 4 people, and the people that do the manufacturing behind us in the support group. And so now we have this thing that works a lot better, but we don't really talk in terms of Kickstarter anymore. It's not that I can't see uses for the pre-order system. That makes sense sometimes, but still only if you're ready to go build it. Like when you see us start pre-ordering models, it's because the models are in boxes being shipped to us, and we want to make sure that we can, like our pre-order for models is a way to let people know that if you order during this time slot, you'll get the wound counter with your model. If you don't, you don't. So it's literally just a messaging system. We don't care about the pre-order. The pre-order is meaningless. All the money's been spent, all the effort and time has been spent, the product's been made and developed, and if it fails, it's our fault, and we'll learn, and we won't make a model like that again. Knock wood, right? You want them all to succeed. I would love to be able to come to you guys and say, hey, I want to make this thing. Don't you like my thing? And you get all excited about it. And I go, come give me your money. And then you give me your money, and then we go and produce the thing, right? And as we're producing the thing with your money to sell back to you, all you've done is pre-order the thing, but we've charged you and made our margin already. So now I have a big clump of money. I haven't shipped anything. And now, because you paid for production, I can now sell it to retail for pure profit, right? Because that's how those things work, right? And anybody that says different is lying to you, right? As I'm dropping paint. You are footing the bill for people to make profit. And some people would say, well, that's business. No, it's not. When investors invest in companies, they get paid more than their investment in return when success is achieved. You guys, and I don't mean you specifically, but when we as individuals kickstart companies, we are investing without them having to take the responsibility of working through Securities and Trades Administrations, and without any responsibility to the investors. If it fails, oh well, life sucks. I gave them $200. Feels bad, man, right? As opposed to if you bought shares and they reported back that they were being successful and then they bellied up, you could sue and you could get the money. And I'm not saying we need to sue people, but I'm saying that it creates a different responsibility in the company's end when they know they're on the hook for the money that it took to build the product, right? They have to be successful or they have to pay you anyway. And this whole world has diluted that right out of the case. So now you can go out and get funding for your company that doesn't cost you a penny, right? And that does not sit well with me, because it breeds bad businessmen. It breeds people that when things go wrong, they feel like, I don't know why it messed up. The world's a horrible place. Cry a river. Why am I being sued, right? As opposed to people that build strong companies that are around for long periods of time. So there you go. Clip that. That's my political business statement for the day as to why I don't believe in the grassroots funding as it sits, right? But we've talked about it a lot. Like, how could you do it? Like, what if we wanted to make something that cost $250,000 and we needed $250,000 we don't have? We could come to you guys and say, hey, let's drum up $250,000. If you invest, $1,000, you'll get back $1,500 in 18 months. How's that sound? Right? That would be the way to do it. Because you guys invested in our future, so we should then return something for your investment. That's what keeps businesses honest. Just whether you like capitalism or not is irrelevant. That's what keeps businesses honest. It's not the idea of grassroots, hunky-dory, sing kumbaya around the campfire, make cool stuff is great. It sounds awesome. It doesn't work well. So we can go in Shark Tank. Yeah, we talk about that a lot. Like, I don't think any of the sharks want to see toy soldiers. I'm just going out on a limb here, dude. I don't think if we walk in and we go, hey, Mark Cuban, we want to make little tanks, raw, that we could come out dressed in as cool uniforms and do a fancy dance and whatever, and they're all going to look at each other and be like, do you eat it? And we'll be like, no, and they'll be like, not interested. Yeah, we're past 7 o'clock, Metal God, so somehow we came full circle to actually good life advice, maybe. You hope the Orc sells well. Orc is doing great. The Orc and the Queen of Malefica, we have not, I mean, knock wood, like I said, guys, we have not done poorly with any of our products. And a big portion of that, I want to believe, is that you guys really support what we do and drive us to make better products. So that's great. A lot of that is on you, because you tell us what you like and what you don't like, and we really take it to heart, and we change what we can. Sometimes we push back because we know that there's, you can't always let emotion take over. But you guys drive us to make better products. You tell us what you like, and then we have to be active and say, I get it. They like this because of this, so let's do more of that. Or let's make sure we don't do too much of that so that it's still unique. But that's how business works. I mean, we're not unique. A lot of people have outlaid this path before, and we're just recreating it. We look at what did this guy do? What did this guy do? How can we do good things? But we also like to interact with you and get that feedback. So thank you guys, because you guys are running CreatureCaster almost as much as we are with your feedback. Of course, now you're all going to want paychecks, aren't you, bastards? Gah. Being nice never pays. They're waiting for the Chinese tariffs to hop. Well, that was weird, because that's what brought it up the last time we were talking. They have a caveat in there that if the tariffs go too high, they might stop the project and you won't get your money back if it goes too far. So that's really weird. One person excited to see your thing. Wait, what are we talking about? Repray. We'll just paint while we're talking about how to do good business. So I'm not a pro at any of this, so don't take it all to heart. I'm very impassioned about the subject of delivering good products and forming a more symbiotic relationship with your buying community, so that everybody feels like they're really receiving more in the relationship. That's what really runs CreatureCaster. It's what's run everything that we've tried to do. It doesn't mean we're always good at it. We're not perfect, but we try. That's what we try to go. Hardly anyone invents the new wheel anymore. It's iterations of existing products. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good innovation, but it happens in weird ways, and sometimes it is micro innovations, because we're at a point where now we are building level upon level of technologies that already exist and things like that. But there's still some new things that come out for sure. To be fair, Yaritz Tony, your products also come with this channel that teaches you how to paint less bad. Yes, success. Well, that's good, and we made that choice, right? We kind of, and honestly, you guys have probably seen it. We defunded the Twitch thing. Not defunded, that's a bad word. We demonetized the Twitch thing, right? We really love when you guys support and sub, and that's awesome. And the more the merrier. That helps pay for us to keep doing this, But really, we want this to be part of the products you buy. Right? You buy the products, you come here, you get to learn how to use them better. So I think it's great. It's just always the vision that I had was, make this less of a pay-per-view thing and more of a, use this, learn our products, buy more products kind of thing. Disciple of Yawgmoth, great name, by the way. Just got into the det cords. These are still some of the best brushes you've ever used. Thank you for the quick ship. Thank you for the kind words, and glad you're digging them. I've been using, my bulk of what I paint with lately is artillery and det cords. Which is a big twist. I used to be a guy that was like, yeah, I'm painting with enamels, I'll use, the synthetic brushes. We've made such a good batch of synthetic brushes that now my sables are reserved for, very specific things. It's kind of the tables have turned. It used to be all sables, and then the synthetics were specific things that were going to hurt the brush. Now it's all synthetics and the sables for very specific things where I need to get a super precise, like maybe dot an eye or do something like, but even then, Repray, you're doomed. We took it. We took it. All right, gang. I think that's it for me. It's 7:30. I'm getting hungry. I'm all talked out. We've had a great discussion today. We did some great painting. Boop. Yeah, and the unicorn goop makes the brush last longer, which if you talk to a lot of people is a bad business decision on us. We should have sold goop that destroys the brushes so you buy more brushes. I feel like we did it wrong. I feel like I need Jen to start putting like sulfuric acid in the brush soap so that it does the reverse. Hey, use this soap. It destroys your brush. You'll need more brushes. Right? Metal God, thank you. We see it all. We try to get in every time. You make sure that you tag us if you feel like it. We'll go in and answer questions in those stream or in those chats and stuff like that too. Because a lot of people are like, why would I buy this versus Masters? You know, and we'll walk in and tell them. There's still naysayers and all that, but whatever. We love you guys. Thank you guys for all the support. Thanks for coming in and tuning in. I know we've been gone for about 2 weeks since we went to the Valhalla in the fall up in Utah. Had a blast. Glad to be back now and back on schedule. Obviously, we'll be back tomorrow night. Jen will be back, so it'll be her first time back on the stream since vacation. And we'll be painting. I don't know what I'll be doing. Probably more World War II. I don't know. We got to get Jen studied. One more thing, though. So this is big. To me, this is big. We'll see what you guys do. Don't leave yet. So I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a thing that I probably have said I wasn't going to do. So this is the time where you all get to say hypocrite, lying liar who lies, president of the club. But I'm doing a thing. All right? I need your support on this thing. Right? I need you to give me your emotional support, right? On this thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to play a game from a company that I don't play their games. Okay? I have a goal. I'm hyped about it. I'm not being forced, at least not that I'll admit. But I have a game. If you can guess what the game is, what's the game? What game am I going to get into? Right? See, Metal Guy, no, uh-oh. See? I saved the big news for last. It's not quite that big. If it was 40K, that'd be really big news. Right? But again, I don't make enough money to play 40K. Right? Killzone, closer. Closer. I'm building these for a game. Warcry. Yep. Remy's and Kevrob got it. So I'm gonna play Warcry. I'm gonna play Warcry. I've always liked these models, right? No, well, they're from Age of Sigmar, but I'm playing Warcry with them because they have Warcry cards for these guys. I like some of the Warcry models. I feel like the Warcry models specifically are some of the most dynamic that GW's made in a long time. I just feel like they're, because of the way the game was, I've always wanted to paint these guys. When the Daughters of Cain came out, I really liked the snake-bodied girls, so I wanted to paint some. And like they have the big one, I don't remember what her name is, and she's really cool. So I always wanted to paint these, so now I had an excuse. I traded the owner of our local store some War Machine models yesterday, and in return I got 2 boxes of this stuff. So I got enough to make my war band. Right, I got some witch elves and some of the snake body girls. So I can make a full war band out of these, and I got the cards. They had the cards, which are like out of stock everywhere, and people are like robbing people for like $30 for the Daughters of Cain cards. So I got the cards and 2 boxes of models. So bitch and deal, I'm going to build these, and while these aren't as dynamic as the new models, these are going to be fun to paint. So I'm going to have some fun painting these. So I'm going to need your emotional support as I go through this because I'm a big hypocrite. I said that GW is the worst at making rule sets, and I might have to eat some crow. Right, Bug King with 15 freaking months. Thank you, my man. How you doing? I might have to eat crow on the whole. They are the worst rules company on the planet because they have been. But Warcry is a pretty solid set of rules. So yeah, right. Snake bottom girls make the rockin' world go round. I'm with you, Core. Don't tell Jen. Don't tell Jen. Yeah, Remy's. So I'm really interested in Marathi's the big one, Myrtle. Yeah, exactly. So I'm really interested in it. I've been watching. So it's a funny thing. Here's something. If you're still here, if you came from like maybe Mountain Man or RoboCorps, and you're not really into tabletop games, one of the things that I use as a trick when there's a new game out, I watch a lot of YouTube, like play-by-plays and box openings and reviews, so I can get various people's opinion on how things are going in the world of the business. And every now and then I see a game like this, like Warcry. And I have some YouTubers that I'll watch as they do playthroughs. They'll do a game, right? Their first game as they're learning the rules. And some of these people, I don't like their personalities much at all. And the reason I do that is not because I'm a masochist, but because it gives me a better representation of the game. If somebody, I don't like their voice, or I don't like the way they enunciate, or I don't like the way they do the playthrough, they're kind of klutzy and whatever, it's not as much fun to watch their videos as some people, but if the game peeks through what I don't like and grabs me, then I know it's a better game. That's kind of my litmus test, I call it, right? And so I was watching some people do Warcry, and they're people that I had never even seen before on YouTube. I got to admit, I just typed in Warcry, and I found some, some play-by-plays where I was like, "Who are these people? Like, did they have followers?" It was just bad production and stuff like that. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying it was not something that you would tune into a lot. But the game spoke to me through that. It was like, wow, this is a really cool rule set, And I forgot about the people, and it became about the game. So I started watching more, and so it really got me amped up. I feel like they've really maybe keyed into a really good rule set here. So I thought I'd try it. So I'm eating crow, and I'm okay. I'm okay with this. My pride is hurt, but I'm okay. If I play a GW game, you guys, I just need your support, emotional support. I need to be able to rest my head on your chest like Fight Club and cry into your man breasts, right? I need this from you. So help me out as I go through this process. We're going to paint some Daughters of Cain. So maybe if I have some time tomorrow, I don't know what I got to do work-wise tomorrow. If I have some time, maybe I'll build some snake girls and we'll start painting some snake girls. I don't know. We'll see. I got a bunch of stuff to do. So, Bug King says I am a masochist. Well, that's not wrong. Not wrong. I'll need support. Yeah, I will. I'll need some support. Right. Chivalrous, thank you for hanging out. But I would say that that's a good way to get interested in some of these games. If you go around and look at like Bolt Action for the World War II stuff, is a fantastic game. We were talking about it earlier. If you're not really a tabletop gamer, it's a wonderful world to get into. 1,000-point box set for Bolt Action is about $150, so not too over the top. You do have to put them together. They don't require paint, but of course painting makes the world come together better. So I recommend giving it a shot. Hang out with us more. We will turn you to the dark side. You'll find out that you should have gotten that heroin addiction because models are not very friendly. No painting the yellow. Why not? Big Chief won't like it too much if you eat his crow. Oh, come on now. I'm going to play a GW game. Something is wrong with me. Yeah, I'm excited too. So we'll see. Now, and I will be honest, I'm going to say this, so if this all goes south, that you have it on record that I said this. One of the biggest problems I have had with GW games is the people I play against when playing GW games. I have yet to find a community of people that play GW games that keeps me interested in playing the game, and a lot of that's on me and my ability to deal with other personality types that I'm not great with. And a lot of it's on the GW personality, right? And I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody that loves GW games. It's just that, a lot of cases, it's a bunch of, what's the most OP thing, put it on the table, kick your teeth in. And it kind of, removes the fun of the game for me. And that's just my local meta around here has been that way for me. So we'll see. I'm gonna fight through because I feel like this is a quick game. I feel like one of the bigger problems is that all the games that I've been trying to play require a lot of time investment. So if I sit down at the table with you for 2 hours and you're absolutely no fun to play against, then it makes the game seem bad to me. Even though the game might not be bad, I'm not being fair. So this with Warcry, it's meant to be fast. So it's a lot quicker game. So you don't feel like maybe the time invested if I'm playing against a game, like if I go to a tournament and I play against somebody that is like, oh, that wasn't really a fun game, but this next one will be, And so I'm hoping that it kind of can be like that. So I'm going in as positive as can be. So we'll see. So far, so good on Bolt Action. Flames of War, I'm still interested in doing these little mini-me's. Hoping to get more in that. So lots of fun. Should play you. You're a horrible opponent. Awesome. I'll just kick you under the table, though, right? I'll just be like, excuse me, I dropped a die, and I'll right in the taint. In reference to that, you only watch the shows because they killed the Speed channel you love so much. Oh, what? Yeah, so watch out, Bug King. If you're ever playing a game with me, and I haven't dropped a die, but I say I dropped a die, run, because I'm just like, I'm about to end this game. Jen's not playing. I can't convince Jen to play dice. Although if you weren't here at the beginning, we talked about, I know I said I was ending the stream, man. I feel like I could talk all night with you guys. When we were in Utah for Valhalla, Jen went through an RPG one-shot with DM Scotty. It was a kind of a Twilight Zone-y horror kind of a thing, and she role-played. And it was a lot of fun. It was really fun. So I think she enjoyed it. We'll see what happens. Table flipping is for pansies. Boot to the face. Exactly. The boot's hard, man, because across 4 foot of table length on most of these games, I don't have that long of a leg, so you're pretty safe there. Unless I walk around the table, then you probably ought to run too. But dropping the die is the way I get around all that. All right, boys and girls, thank you so much for hanging out, watching paint dry with us, and talking all this yapping. I don't know that I did as much painting as we did yapping, but we did some really fun stuff. Just to cover it all again one more time, we showed you how to use matte medium and pigments, using the matte medium to lock the pigments onto the model, and we did the dirt in the tracks, right? And in the running gear, you'll see the texture in the dirt feel back in there. You can see it there where it looks like we actually have dirt caked onto the underside of the hull. We weren't going for mud, we were going for just dry ground, but it's still going to cause dirt and dust. I showed you a little bit about the chipping and how I did all that with the sponge on this one instead of chipping solution or hairspray. We talked a little bit about using the 4B pencil to get the metallic sheen on things like the cracks. You can see the edges here where we've got the chipping, where I get that shine, is all graphite pencil. We went back and showed you how using the acrylic washes, how you can get the streaking and the oil staining and things like that at various levels. We went pretty heavy there for a big wet stain versus some of the streaking that's very light across the other portions here. So we got a lot of really good feedback, or I think we were able to give you the feedback you were asking for versus like, oil washes and things. What we've created here is, really good weathering on a surface. But not using really anything too futzy, right? We didn't have to play around with too much. You can get a lot out of it and achieve really good results, right? And so we've still got not a whole lot of work to do on this guy, but we got more vehicles to paint. And I mean, this is more than playable on the table right now, even though I haven't really painted the dude too much. We spent a little bit of time on the flesh, but I haven't really done insignia and details on his uniform. Yeah, so that's what we've done. So we had a lot of fun. I've really appreciated all the feedback and the comments and the questions that you guys have asked. Hopefully I gave you good answers back. We talked a little bit about some color theory, some tint, tone, and shade, how to run your business correctly, how to steal pencils from elementary school kids. That was a big component of today's show. So if you missed that, make sure to go back and watch the VOD. I give you a lot of pointers on how to distract 3-year-olds. It's a lot of fun. Then I was rudely let known that kids don't use pencils anymore. So that kind of falls by the wayside. But if you just want to listen to it for nostalgia because you're an old guy like me and you remember when people use pencils, go back and watch the VOD someday. We'll catch you tomorrow night, guys. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you on the flip side. I'm out.